You didn't see me. You didn't see me. You didn't see me. They call me the sneaky sheepy that way. That's a god. What's up, Sakana? What's up, lurkers? How y'all doing? So I don't know what it was yesterday, but yeah, let me pull back on the music a little bit. I don't know what it was yesterday, but for some reason my tracking just wasn't live. And I did all the same stuff today that I did yesterday, the calibration, camera setup and everything. But now I'm moving. Yesterday I did barely any motion. I was kind of stuck in one place like this. I didn't even have my eye tracking. Let me see if I can wink at you. I've never been able to wink though. The tracking has never been good with my eyes. It thinks I'm blinking when I'm not, you know. It's me winking at you. Doesn't sound like that. So how we doing? How we doing? I assume the audio levels are good. We're racing today. We're racing today for real this time. Yesterday we raced, and there was a lot of unknowns happening. There was a lot of people hurting me. Me being a sheep, I get skittish, and skittish sheep rarely make the podium. So, so you know how that went. So today we're gonna be doing another race, but that's not gonna be happening until checking my watch. That is 3 hours 30 minutes from now. That session gets started. So we have a lot of time to play with, and I wanted to just kind of hit the track, do some laps here and there, just kind of play around a little bit, kind of walk us through as a strategy a little bit, because I didn't get to do that yesterday. I wanted to like kind of talk through the strategy and everything, things I like about the track, things I like about the car, and did get a chance to do that. I do also want to do a little bit of spectating. I think there is another race that is already underway of that same session that I want to do. Let's not speculate. Let's take a look. Okay, so the one that we're going to be registering for is this one here at 4 p.m. Pacific. And there are practice sessions open, but there are... So we could spectate a practice, but at that point we may as well just participate. We may as well just turn in laps ourselves. Okay, so we won't be spectating any races because the last one is coming up, and the previous one looks to a close. So what we'll do then is we'll probably do some of that driving the track and car combo that we want to do later today, but we'll also do probably some more Miatas, because let me tell you, this car on this track on Lime Rock Park is real fun. We were doing a little bit of that last night to kind of make up for spending so much time in the pits and not showing enough actual race content. That's kind of what I got on the docket. So if you want to see something, you let me know. But I think what we're going to be doing is just spending a lot of time driving. Trying different stuff, see what happens. Sound good? Let me move myself out the way. Make me a little smaller. Just a little bit smaller. Not too small though. Make me like normal size sheepy, you know? You know? A little something like this. Actually, before I forget, let me triple check my OBS scenes. Okay. Yesterday I was using... I figured that I needed to use the display capture to get all of the little overlays and stuff for the racing. So we'll turn that on in a minute. But for now, we're grabbing individual windows, which will let me be sneaky with my music switch over. Let's turn off the BGM. Let's bring up the bring up a little something else. And make that start stop. Wait, why was it so small? Why'd you guys let me go so small? This is not my normal size. Come on, guys. You ain't spotting me. You gotta keep me from making silly mistakes. Silly sheepy making silly sheepy mistakes. I'm supposed to be a lot bigger. I'm supposed to be like my normal size. Like this big. Like this big. This is about how you guys usually see me anyway, isn't it? It's okay, you can be honest. Am I a small sheepy in your life? I wanted to update this model with my race suit, but it takes a bit to do the conversion. Like it takes a special tool, and I only used it twice, and then didn't want to go back to it. If I remember, it had something to do with using VROID Studio, which I really didn't like. I don't know. It was kind of clunky. It was kind of a clunky process, but let me do a quick level check here. Level check. And then what I think we'll do, tidy sheep. Wait, what is this? Tidy sheep equals greater visibility while driving, and therefore increased safety. Yes, however, consider, if I can't see over the steering wheel, let's say I'm, like, if you were looking through the windscreen, this is what I would look like. I'd be like this, being like, I could just barely see over the steering wheel. Yeah, like my kid brother when he was first getting behind the wheel. He was so small frame, you could barely see over the steering wheel. What up, goat? Welcome back in. We're gonna do not the same thing as yesterday. We're gonna do a lot less. We're gonna do a lot better good driving. More big good drive. Yes. Now I do have the Miatas on the screen here because I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna pop into that. Not first though. That'll be our actual races. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to pop in, for those who haven't seen it, since the last race was quite late at night last night. Gotta get these gloves out, and I'm going to get into one of these practice sessions here. So the one that we're going to be doing is at 4 p.m. That's 3.5 hours away, 3 hours 20 minutes. But we got plenty of time to practice, get warmed up, try to check out some things from yesterday that I wanted to look at, and also show off the car a little bit, because I think a number of you have only seen little clips of it. What up, Mono? What up, Azeel? Azeel, car, yes. Show me your English skills. Car. What other words do you know? And while we wait for this to boot up. Oh, and do let me know when we get in, when I start driving, if the audio is a little bugged, like if you can't hear the music good or anything, or if the car's too loud or too soft or anything, you let me know. Let me switch over my OBX. That way you can get the overlays, because you want to see that. Don't look at my OBS though. Don't look at my OBS. Y'all looking at my OBS, quit looking at it. Quit looking at it. All right. Gloves going on. I've complained a little bit yesterday, and I've complained in past streams that when I go to race, doing the sim racing, I use the same gloves that I use in IRL racing. I use my Nomex fireproof gloves with my special orange and black pattern to match all of my color palette everywhere I use it. However, I've noticed that the more that I use these for sim racing, the nerves in my hands seem to be like more and more like they're cut off from circulation or something. I don't know what it is, because like I did get the extra large gloves. I always wear extra larges, and for some reason these ones are just a little bit tighter than that. Like they don't feel like they were quite made for me, but I don't think I can go up a size. I don't know if they had double extra large or if I just have to go to a different maker. I don't know. So if I complain about my hands hurting, it's not because I grip the wheel too hard. It's because my gloves are simply too tight. Like as soon as I put them on, I can already feel like something's wrong, you know, something's not quite right. Okay, so I will say, before we get out on the road, we have established that Azil does, in fact, know the word road and car. So what do you get if you put those together? Road, car? Huh? I had to go back and watch your race today because I passed out the second your race started. Well, let me tell you, I don't blame you. And if I wasn't so tired last night, I would have put in like quick chapters so that you could see the interesting bits. Because let me tell you, we did spend a decent amount of time in the pit, so it was very unfortunate. So that's going to be one of the things we're going to be getting done today, is that we're going to be basically taking opportunities to find crashes, spot them before they happen, and avoid them. Because yesterday I kept getting collected into accidents. There were ones that I could have avoided, and I just ended up getting involved. So that's going to be the skill that we practice today, because everything I've done over the last few months for preparing for this weekend's event has been a couple months worth of work, and all of that has been specifically on the driving, has been getting used to the tune of the car, has been getting used to the track, just the little, you know, things about my driving that I need to improve. But all of that has been stuff that doesn't involve having other cars around, so it's been like solo practice and all that, which only develops one side of your driving. You have to be able to drive fast, but you also need to be able to drive with other people around. Those are the two legs of good racing. Different gloves sounds like the best. Always had issues with this with gloves for motorcycle racing. Really? Yeah, I've been thinking like you can reuse these. Most people don't obviously do that because, well, why would you buy literal fireproof gloves for sim racing? Nobody's gonna do that. But since I already had them and I started into sim racing after getting behind the wheel of real cars, you know, I came at it from the back way. But what I should probably do is literally just get dedicated sim racing gloves, and then hopefully I can go through a few pairs of those before I find which ones are optimal for me. Because this is, I've made this work, but these are endurance races I'm getting into now. Like, these are multiple hours of, you know, my hands not being optimally performing. But, oh, dude, I'm so glad. So Azil knows 3 words. That's amazing. Car, road, drive. Road, car, drive. Oh, I forgot to double check something. I was watching somebody else's race highlights, and I saw that their pit limiter looked like it was indeed working. Mine was not working yesterday, and I think that might just be because for some reason it's not turned on in here, even though it's turned on for other races. So it might be like drive, how would you say, car-specific settings? Auto pit speed limiter is showing turned on. Drivers are still responsible for slowing out of the pit. Well, yeah, but so it's not letting me change it, and it is showing on. I wonder if like I found a way to turn it off by mistake. So in the pit lane here, you have a speed limit, and it's super easy to breach that. So I'm trying to figure out. Now there is a feature in there that I always have on where it'll automatically limit you to whatever the pit speed is. So you basically just not like floor it, but you know, you just focus on getting out of the pit lane. You don't have to be watching your speed so close, because when you're racing, you don't watch your speed. You watch your gear. You watch your RPMs, and that's it. I kept getting penalties for speeding in the pit lane, though, and it's a stupid thing to lose time over. So I tried to figure out why it wasn't applying during this race, because it does apply for the other ones. I'm wondering if there is a hotkey on my keyboard that I hit and didn't notice. So let's see if it's on. Definitely not. Definitely not. But fuck it. Let's get out on the track. So this is a practice session. Same track and car combo as what we're going to be racing later today. This is the GT4 class, which for you folks means good fast car. Not the fastest on the track though. That guy over there, right on the other side of this wall here, they're in what's called an LMP3, Le Mans Prototype 3. Those are the fastest cars on the track. They're in a faster class, so I am not competing with them, but we are racing together. They are meant to avoid me, and I'm meant to not do anything to cause them accidents, basically. But we're practicing right now. We're just gonna kind of warm ourselves up, remind ourselves what our reference markers are, how we get around the track without spinning the car. Don't kill nobody, don't hit nobody. The track is 75 degrees Fahrenheit, which is quite cold. Almost spun. Quite cold for getting our tires up to a good temp. So it'll be a full 2 laps before we'll be able to like really push it, and then we'll get an idea what kind of pace we're doing today. Okay, we remember that we need to brake for much longer than we think during this chicane. One of the bad accidents I had yesterday was that I got new tires, so they started out cold, and then I went into that corner going way too fast. And I was like, it'll be fine. I did 30 laps going this fast. It'll be okay. And then I just forgot. I just forgot to take it easy. I promise you guys, you will not be bored with this stream. I may not be the fastest on the course. I am definitely the fastest sheep on the course. But you will not be bored. There will certainly be fun things to see. Also, a bunch of you probably know, a bunch of you might not know. So I think, I thought there was a car to my left there. A bunch of you might know, we have a custom livery for the car. We've got a custom look for the car for this year, which involves a lot of the community. We got a bunch of logos put all over the car. I am going to be very proud to show that off to you folks. I did a lot of showing it off last night. We're gonna do a little look-see after we. Sorry, bro. No, you could have taken that. You could have taken that. I'm gonna let him bite. I was letting him have the line, but. But we lived. Yeah, we've got a special look for the car that we didn't have last year. We have the same color scheme, but this year we have hella community logos emblazoned on the car. And I'm super glad that everybody got like a little piece of involvement into the race weekend this year. I wanted to do that last year, and there was something with the scheduling. I don't remember what it was, but I was kind of like rushing into the race, so I didn't have a lot of time to do anything more than just get behind the wheel, get the stream setup going, and then go like, all right, grid and go. So this year I took a decent amount more time to make sure everybody had a little piece of themselves to contribute to the event, which is real fun. It's real fun. I like to pull people into all this stuff, you know, because it's hard for people to just. It's hard for people to like get involved with this unless they're actively doing this as like one of their core activities. You know what I mean? One does not simply just go and start sim racing. You know. All right, we might be able to not kill anybody as we re-enter here. There we are. Them cold tires, what I tell you, it's still we're starting our third full lap, and we're still finding ways to spin the car. That guy back there, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, so even after the third lap, when we're really pushing it, we're still finding that thanks bro, that the car is very easy to spin. That's why we care about the track temperature. So I have to drive like it's cold. Gotta drive like you're on ice a little bit. Okay. The last time we put on the board was a 202. That's very low for what we're capable of. Happy New Year to you! Happy New Year! I'm gonna ban you because you said farts. That's unacceptable, unwelcome. That is so crass. 07 to the guy that just killed himself right there. Yeah, isn't it great? The logo idea is so tight, because I want people to have like some little piece of association here, or like I want to have some crossover between the racing stuff that we do, sim racing wise, IRL racing wise, and all of the VR stuff. Actually, that's something I can touch on too. I'm kind of kicking around the idea of hosting VR races this year. Because I've participated in several. I brought some of you folks out to see those even participate. But it is kind of a whoopsie, lol. It is kind of a distinct thing. It's hard to do like a crossover of the VR driving community and the music community, because you have to build the world kind of around those cars. You have to build up the track. Well, first off, the world has to be a track. You don't just add a track in and throw in cars and call it good. I suppose you could, but ain't nobody do that. So it's usually easier to have somebody who's a world building expert around driving worlds just add DJ decks and a video player, because DJing in any world is easy, right? Video player, some semblance of a stage, and you're good to go, right? The non-spatialized audio, those are the three things you need. That's it. So going the other way with it is really challenging. Like if you have a really good venue world and you want to put cars in it somehow, you really can't do that because it just takes so much more. So I've been kind of thinking like, well, we kind of already know who all does the driving worlds in VRC. We know who the resident experts are. Shout out my man Jinte, who recently had a birthday. He's on break right now, but I'm kind of thinking like I might try to pull him for some work later this year so that we could collaborate on making more driving worlds. Like we did Clyde Fest for 2024. That was a world that was purpose-built for being a driving world that happened to have a stage basically, but it gave like equal attention to both. And I was really, really happy with how that turned out. I thought that was super sick. People had a really good time with that. World's still up. You can still find it. He definitely needed to give that up. Anyway, I would love to do more events in the same like format of Clyde Fest, of it being equal parts driving and music event. But I think it would also be cool to just do driving focused events. I love Grand Prix events, and they're very rare because that's a bad place to die. They're cool race events. They're hard to do though because VRChat being very sensitive to anything that can harm your performance, latency issues. The syncing is a really big problem for competitive driving. You basically can only do a 1v1. You can't have multiple cars on the same track competing with each other in a serious event. Like if it's some time attack playing around in a public, that's different, you know, low stakes. Nobody's really upset if you crash and all that, but a Grand Prix, like, you practice for that, you schedule it out, you literally have to do it 1v1 on the event day, otherwise you don't get any clean racing and it's not fun for anybody. But it is really limited, so I'd like to kind of push that a little bit more. I think the community is really good at making the driving worlds themselves, making them time attack focused, and doesn't really put a lot into trying to make a lot of those competitive events because they're so high effort, you know. And I think what we need to do, same as you do with any artistic pursuit, you need to make a large volume of work. I knew he was there. That guy is coming out the pits. I knew he was there. But I couldn't see him. I had to feel him. I had to sense him with my phantom sense. Oh, he's wide. He's wide and cold tires. Ooh, that's high risk, bro. Yeah, he's out. Go for it, bro. Sorry I killed you earlier. He's been trying to pass me for years. But yeah, I think it would be really cool if we did like a whole lot of those events to really figure out what works, what doesn't. Oh, he got a run on me. Damn. Go for it, bro. Oh, get me out of here. Okay, he stayed at the tire wall back there. I thought he was gonna come right back into the trip. Yes, he's Sakura, you know, you remember. The Clyde Fest map was really cool. I don't think anybody's like really gone back to run any laps on it since the event closed. Mainly because a lot of that community cares a lot about toge driving, so any of the initial D flavored maps are really popular and anything else is kind of nah. But yeah, that's something I'm kind of kicking around. I don't have any like serious plans for it just yet. There we go, there we go. That right there is something that I really worked on after last year's race because I had a bad accident on that first corner, and without getting too technical on it, I just needed to change how I was braking and how I was steering the car, and you saw me just do that technique that I just did there is exactly what I was meant to do last year, and back then I didn't know to do it, but now it's one of my core skills. So we're improving as a driver, And to be honest, I actually didn't do all that much racing last year. Had a lot of things going on that were preventing me from doing that. And this is something I really want to do this year. That's why I've got the 2 race events this weekend. This practice that you're watching right now. And depending if I can get a team together, which literally just has to be at least 2 people, like I can get one other driver and we're in the game, we can do some of these other endurance races in iRacing. There's a lot of these throughout the year, and you can't participate if you're a solo driver, and I wouldn't want to either, because those, being true endurance races, are like 6 hours, 12 hours. You see my point. I'm not doing 6 hours literally in this rig right here. That would hurt. It would hurt a lot. I mean, shit, this this hurt yesterday even, and I didn't even spend all of it driving. Last year was bad though. I literally couldn't feel my legs. When I got out of the rig, I could barely stand up. Super worth it though. Super worth it, but gotta be realistic with what you're capable of and what you're willing to put yourself through. Now that corner yesterday, I wasn't having troubles going really wide yesterday, but today we're going really wide, so I'm gonna figure out what's going on there. Let's see, our current best lap is 157.4, which is quite slow compared to my recorded best and some of the practice laps I've done. We'll find us some time, huh? Oh, car trying to spin. Oh my god, could it be Chevette in the chat? What's up, buddy? That right there is the homie who helped me get into all this. I was racing cars prior, and then I was chatting him, and was like, I want to do sim racing. How do I do this? Guide me so I don't make stupid decisions with money and time. And it's been fun. It's been a very uphill battle, but that's how learning new skills works. You know, new bus stop, fucking right when Chev's watching too. We were just talking about that. Oh come on, I did 24 solo. I watched you do the 24 solo. I don't know if I ever told you. I watched you do it, and I was like, what in the actual fuck? Now at the time, I didn't appreciate how much that would hurt. But here's the thing. I'm considering like my stamina, right? And it's kind of unfair for you to compare like, you know, my attitude towards it to yours, considering you are a literal god on Earth. So like, watch your language, son. Oh well. I did not. I did not give up the time I was meant to give, so I'll put it in here in a second. Go, go, go. He wanted to kill me so bad, you saw it in his eyes. I had to practice this corner so much just to figure out, like, what is the right combination of inputs to give to not spin the car, like, when I least expect it, because I had so many surprise spins from that. And it was all just like throttle control stuff. So a great teacher for that, but painful and embarrassing in the interim. Didn't know VRChat had an infrastructure for racing. It kind of does. It's all community driven, as most things are in VRChat. Dare I say, almost everything is in VRChat is community made, community driven. Go, go, go. Okay. I'm pitting in anyway. I'm not gonna get in these guys' way. Yeah, it's real interesting. So the thing with VRChat racing is that there are a few different driving systems. And that's kind of like the main thing for setting up a world is you got to have the stuff, like the tech for the cars themselves. That's the big one. The world itself, you don't have to use like. Here we are. You don't have to use like physics materials or anything. I never did. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think Gente ever did with any of the worlds that he worked on. But aside from like specific drift maps, when he wanted to make like a skid pad or something. But other than that, you don't like do anything with the tarmac or anything. In my case, I literally just used the spline tool, just made a loop. You know. Moron. You're gonna turn that down. iRacing banter starting. Yeah, don't get deaded. Easy to get deaded here, but yeah, the VRChat racing stuff is interesting because it's so. I say this with respect. It's so primitive still. It's very primitive. There's a lot of things that you can do to tune the cars when you put in SAC driving or SAC wheel or whatever. SAC is the big airplane and car control system. The Chikawa system is the older one, but functions a little bit differently. But like overall, all of these systems are still pretty primitive. Which again, I say with respect, like it's in the early days. It's getting there though, and I think the thing that really needs to push it is that the worlds need to now level up to match it. Because right now we have a lot of these arcadey worlds. They're really cool for what they are, but man, I want to do this kind of like wheel-to-wheel competition, fierce road racing. I want to do that in VRChat, and I don't think we're that far away from it, but it's going to take some steps to get there, and I don't think we're doing quite enough as a community to drive it there, and I would like to help. That's what my soapbox was meant to cover. Chef said that went back to the incident. I can see you already adapting. Just got to get the majority of deceleration before turn-in on the bus stop. Releasing the brake on turn-in here has a nasty rearward shift. Please don't watch rearward shift of weight. Yeah, don't watch the stream from yesterday. Because I had negotiated that pretty well as far as figuring out how much braking input I could give up to retain speed going into it on cold tires and then on hot tires, and then I took a new set of tires after the first pit stop, and then I did the newbie thing of being like, man, this car's got so much grip, and then I absolutely pitched it into the wheel wall because I got off the brake too soon and hadn't positioned the car to settle it, so the weight was all over. Oh, you did? No. Oh, me no. Well, my analysis shall defend that I know what my mistakes are, and that I know what I need to improve. I find slow in, fast out is best at new bus stop. I'm basically at my mid-corner speed. At the very first left apex, roll center, and stand on the gas at second right-hander. You got it. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm still... So on the exit for bus stop, I'm still super sheepish with that, no pun intended, because I've had so many in practice incidents of finding a way to get over the curb too far, stepping on it, thinking like, oh, it'll be okay, I'll have enough grip, and then the desettling of the very tall curbing on the outside that's meant to prevent you from taking advantage of that does prevent me from taking advantage of it. So I get really nervous about like, well, everybody else is already on the power there, right? So I don't want to be like going all gung-ho and then collect 3 or 4 cars when I can just be easier on the throttle, give up maybe the top end speed at the end of the back embankment. But the main thing I would like to share for everybody in the chat, both knowledgeable and not, is that I am really enjoying the learning experience. I legitimately had so much disdain for doing iRacing basically all of the first year, honestly, because there was just so much fighting. There was just so much fighting that I was doing of like, there's stuff that I don't know yet, and I don't know what I need to do to fix it, and it's too much to just go to somebody and be like, hey, fix my driving, you know? It's like, I just needed to get seat time, and I am finding the things that I can narrow down and like focus in on. Like, for example, most recently I was doing a couple weeks of practice just focusing on steering inputs, because for the longest time I've always been either way too slow or way too quick and jerky with my steering. I've never had that sweet spot, so I'm being a lot more judicious with it, so a lot more purposeful with that. But like with anything with this driving stuff, like you have to kind of narrow down, as I'm finding, you have to kind of narrow down the individual thing that you want to work on, and then go and fix that, and everything else is going to suck. You know, you just have to carry that baggage until you can take the time to go and fix that, you know, like work on my braking inputs before I can work on my better steering inputs. You know, I can't work on like mid-corner speed if my entry is bad, and I can't work on my entry so much if I haven't optimized for my exit speed, you know, or my corner exits. There's just so much, man. There's just so much. The turtles just launch you the second you go too far. Yeah, every time. I can count on exactly one finger the number of times I've been able to successfully save it. It's so bad. And that's been in practice. I don't even tempt it during an actual race, but yeah, learning is so frustrating if you don't really know what you're doing. That's definitely the thing, is kind of like, you know how when you go to swim, they're always like, just jump in. And it's like, you know, I mean, obviously that's going to be scary. That's not meant to be comfortable, but the point of that is like, what's being said there in so many words is you don't know what things you're going to pick up naturally and what things you literally need to focus in on and like be studious about. And that's the same thing with all this racing stuff. There's just so much stuff that I didn't even think to ask about, or like I don't know how to craft a Google search or like look for driving tutorials or anything for the skills that I need to build. It's just a matter of like, well, you just kind of just got to go out there and feel it, and you just learn really quick that the throttle is not an on-off switch. You got to ease into it. You know, you can't drive in the middle of the track. You have to pick a side unless you are intentionally defending it for some reason. That you're, you know, staying mid-track instead of one side or the other. Like, those are things that you just don't know to ask, you know? And I did do racing school so that I could get my race license, and did learn a lot there, but again, like, I was coming into it with so little prior knowledge that you don't know what things to ask, so you're kind of hoping that everything that they tell you is going to get you a good foundation on which you build. What they don't tell you is that when you come out of there, you will have a foundation if you practice it well, you know, if you studied well. And obviously I was eating it up, so I was among the most studious in the class. But coming out of the school, you're still a garbage driver. And of course they're not going to say that for many reasons. But like, oh, them's them turtles right there. I was worried if I pushed the steering too soon, I was gonna lose the car. But anyway, the point is that when you first get started, like, that's meant to be like kind of your step one as you go to racing school, and they tell you like the core basics, the really important stuff of like, you really gotta pay attention to how the weight of the car is being handled. That's the thing that's going to make or break all of your laps, you know? If you end up like killing somebody in a race, it's probably good because you weren't paying attention to how you're managing the weight of the car. You know, it's a 210 death machine, and then now you're trying to go really, really fast in said death machine. What they don't tell you is that once you come out of the racing school, that's where the learning like kind of really starts. You just gotta get behind the wheel. You just gotta go drive. So that's what I'm trying to do with this year. Oh, he's having a bad time. Just spending more time in races. I've done a lot of time in practices, and that's gotten a lot of my fundamentals a lot stronger than they used to be. But a lot of that goes out the window, to be honest, when you got a grid of cars around you, like anticipating other drivers' motions. Well, you just got to see a whole lot of drivers. You got to see how people drive well and how they mess up. And, you know, use that as your teacher. I had a really funny idea that if ever they get rid of that Sunoco sign, everyone is going to kill themselves on this back straight, because that's everyone's brake reference, I'm pretty sure. I've never heard anybody said it, I've never asked about it, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that everybody uses. It is positioned very well. As soon as I see it, I know that I'm meant to be straightening out. The GTP in the rain, bro? Tell us what it's like. I want to know. I want to know what it's like having to take a car who has more power than any car reasonably should ever have, is incredibly fucking light, and is super unforgiving. And then you go and you put it on a track that has far less than optimal grip. What's it like? What's that experience like? You don't know how much you're gonna be just tuned toward in terms of muscle memory, timing, etc. Absolutely agreed. Yeah. It's kind of like the more you do it, the more you start kind of peeling back the layers on realizing that you have habits that you didn't even have any awareness that were there to begin with. A good example is like the first time you turn traction control off in a car. and then you just go to try and drive it the way that you always driven it. No, go right. I wager that a lot of people in an appropriately powerful car with the traction control turned off, the first time they go to step on the gas, they realize, oh, I always just kind of smash on it. And then you feel the tires slip, you feel the car start trying to like jerk, you know, especially if it's a rear wheel drive. That was definitely the case for me. It's one of those things that you don't realize is something you can take for granted until you turn it off, and then you're like, oh, that shit's been saving me for years and I just never noticed. Especially if you drive in snowy conditions or rain. Kind of like getting reps in on your instrument or weights makes a difference. Ah, I feel that. I notice I haven't posted any of my good laps during this run, and I think that's partly because I am doing a lot more chatter than driving, but that's the point of the streamed races. If I wanted to go like optimally fast, I would be locked in offline, but nah. This is the other leg of the race practice. When you do have distractions, when you do have multiple things to do. Tell you what, getting used to having a crew member in a headset chatting with me in the car, that was an experience I had to get used to, because like thankfully they were aware that like first time in the car you're gonna be super inundated with all these new sensations and everything. Like you need to let them get used to the environment, so they stayed off the radio for the most part. But you know, after you get like warmed up into it, sorry dude, I fucked that up. I should have gotten down to the line, let him go around me. But even just having somebody to chat with from your crew who is just giving you information about what's around you on the track, like if you have faster cars coming up behind you and being like, there's no way you're gonna outpace them, better just let them by. Like just getting used to that kind of extra channel of communication, extra channel of distraction is just so. It takes a bit. It takes a bit to get used to that. And now we're doing the same thing, except I'm the one doing the chatting, because I gotta entertain while I'm driving. And by entertain, I mean justify all of my mistakes. Oh, you know what I've been doing actually? My braking point is actually later than I've been hitting it this entire practice, and I've just kind of forgotten to push it back as the tires have warmed up. That's going to be where I'm losing some decent time. Zero weight standing water at low apex speeds, dodging the rubber. Oh, marbles in water, bro. Marbles in water. That's watch me not spin the car here. Not gonna lie, for being a literal sheep, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Like you guys tell me, because all these other people, like they're people, right? But I don't know. I'm not breaking my arm, patting myself on the back or anything, but ooh, almost. I did kind of I tried out two strategies for bus stop there in terms of my inputs, where the strategy I tried and gave up on was doing a very, very light tap of the brake halfway through. And the one that I found that was more stable for keeping me off curbs and keeping it consistent was that I would just lift on the throttle and then just fish for the grip with my steering and make that work. And I found that was able to save myself from a lot more save myself from having like variability in there. Now I started kind of messing it up yesterday, where I was kind of like flipping between both those strategies and just kind of like doing all of them poorly. So I kind of want to stick to just lifting in there and see if I can really get that dialed in. Also, I always end up on the outside there. I always end up on the right side just before the entry for the hairpin, because there's always traffic coming up on me by that point, so it's just safer for me to just stay the hell out of the way instead of trying to use the whole track. Those things have such a gnarly sound. When they buzz up by me, it's so sick. Okay, so... Alright, that was like 0% of what I wanted to do. You didn't see that. I'm missing my chat messages because I can't read them effectively when I'm on the embankment. I start floating up to the wall. So let me do this. I'll try that again, see if I can stick it once, and then I'll put it into the pit so that I can grab some water and not catch a penalty here. I think I got it. No? I was so sure I had a black flag coming there. But I guess I'm due for the pits this lap anyway, so. Would it all been gravy? Lock in, fam! I need a sticker with your face saying that. Like a chibi version of your Abby. With the little cartoony speech bubble. Yo, enjoy football. Thanks for kicking it, buddy. Chat you soon. You be good. I'll make you proud one of these days. Thanks, Dad. Come back with the milk, please. The milk and the cigarettes. Okay, so what I was doing yesterday when I did that well was a little bit like that, except I did drag the trail braking over the first curb, get off of it by the time I hit it. And then what I would do is hit the throttle, lift for the turn to get to the last curb. And then get back on the throttle confidently, but there I was kind of fucking around. My son. Thanks, Cheb. That's why you the best, Cheb. Alright. What I missed? Download the Daytona autopilot? Aw, dude, why didn't I think of getting a super driver assist? Like the racing equivalent of a name trainer. Man. Where my water at? I'm flipping through messages, but best sheep sim racer by far. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's the title I will wear proudly. Until somebody else also gets in the sheep, Abby, and then and then becomes faster. Hold on, I'm reading driver notes here. The tech can work could really start if you overheating the fronts if you're prone to pushing center while fishing. I'm trying to think if I had any of that happening yesterday, because I kept switching back to getting the brakes to help me through there, and then I would end up getting through it, but just doing it really slow because I would be changing my strategy every time, so it wasn't optimal. And where's my shout out? Who are you? Who are you? Earthrise? Who are you? You sound like you're musically inclined. What's your favorite Pokemon and why is it a Weedle? Alright. Yerba, water. Getting these gloves off real quick. I'm gonna let you folks look at the car though, while I sort out if I want to switch to Miatas while we still got time. Okay. Looks like our most consistent laps are starting right about here. Take a quick peeky peek. Had to change your name on YouTube? Yeah, I kind of figured, but good to see you. I hope you like whatever the hell this is. Watch as oh, I didn't kill this guy. He no, I killed him right here. Watch this guy. Watch this guy. Hard driving is one thing, but that was not a good place for him to take that fight, because I obviously wasn't giving it up, so he should have let that go. Oh, I noticed I'm kind of lagging out a little bit. Why is that? I'm just running the regular stream setup, so shouldn't be anything biting me there. Oh, probably because I have this already in the background. Alright. Check out the car though. Check out the car. Look at whose face on it. Look at whose face. Now, unfortunately, while it's driving, it's really hard to get in close to show off all the little community logos, but that's what we'll do in the pit. I think the only ones you can see very clearly are the ones just on the side of the hood there, the Vexer and Googie Records, and the Connection logos, and then you got fairies right up on the A pillar there. Shout out Fairy, the real goat, even though she's a cat girl. I'm in a couple of communities where I want to keep offline me separate till people know me better. See your big ass house auto wears decal. That's such a, first off, absolutely respect it, totally get it. That's why I'm not using my real name on the internet. That's why everybody calls me Clyde. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. It's a psyop. And thank you, Sakuna. Yeah. Wish I could say that. Actually, yeah. I was gonna say, wish I could say it was all me, but now I'm thinking about it, I didn't, like, the only things that I've reused of assets were literally just all the logos. Like, this is just my own stuff. Mir, no, I haven't won yet. I've won the hearts and minds of the people, though. That's the race that really matters. But no, the race isn't until 4 p.m. Well, that's another 2.5 hours. Happy. Get them, meow. Anyway, the Big Ass Sal's Autowares, I was kind of thinking one of the things I want to do this year is I want to do more VR filming projects, a whole lot more, because I had a lot of really good ideas last year and I just never got into them because I was a little bit busy flying. I wonder why. So there was a lot that was taking my attention last year, so I didn't put it into as many creative pursuits. At least not the filming ones. I was going hard on making VR worlds, making experiences in VR as a first time thing. So I took a step away from the filming stuff a little bit and just did like filming of sets, and that was about it. So I have performances there, but none of like big ass Al stuff, you know. And I was kind of thinking like I would like to make another couple of commercials this year. I wanted to do like Big Ass Al's Ideas Emporium, and then every episode would be he has a good idea and it's actually just a really bad idea, but he's super jazzed about it, so he full sends on it, you know. So I'm still workshopping it, but I think it'd be really nice to bring that character back. I don't think I would make an actual shop for him unless they made a VR world that was like a storefront and it just happens to be his place, you know, exit 189 on 75 South. If you pass the Great Pug, you went too far. The one Discord is actually 30,000 people and 2K per stream. Yeah, Doc to myself. Thank you very much, because there are trolls from time to time. Sounds like the internet. Sounds like the internet. Well, quit being popular on the internet, then you wouldn't attract the trolls. Not gonna name names, but sometimes I get trolls in the chat right here. You know, could even be in the chat right now. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about our car design. How do I zoom in? Like that. So of course you got the Marino Motorsports race brand. And then if you peek around the side of both sides of the hood have the same logos. Except this one, I didn't put the Vextra logo on it. Let me swap over here, because I put /Zaku's in a couple other places. But we got the hobbies on this. We got Vextra Records, Googie Records, Daddy Collar Me, shout out to homie. We got Connection, we got Toxic. AG wanted a Doro sticker, so there's a little Doro chibi there. You can barely see it. Connection's logo, and then Michiguchi's signature right there. If you go to grab a blank check from the homie, that's what his signature looks like. Make sure to forge it correctly. The live Googie reaction sticker is so good. It's so good. And then if we get around to the door here, right under the mirror there, PSG1 Labs. Putty was in the chat yesterday. Hooked us up with that nice logo. To be honest, I don't know that I actually saw it before, which is kind of wild because I have stuff from Putty. I literally have giant prints from past shelter cons that Putty made and brought over the Atlantic for us. Then of course we got Fairy's logo, banger logo right up on the front there. Goatworks. There was a goat in chat earlier. I wonder if they're still there. Ikra has not been in any of the chats, has not been hanging out or anything, but they still get a logo. KG on there. KG is a fellow nominee in the VRCAs this year. The VR Community Awards are still open for a few more days. If you haven't voted for your favorite Sheepy, I understand. I don't blame you. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. But go vote. Go vote. I think we have a real shot at being in the top 3. And I would love the opportunity to give a dumbass acceptance speech for an award. I will make it so good. And it will, of course, be about the community. But then we also got, so KG is a fellow DJ Performer nominee, RX fellow race buddy. Then we got Sakana, good fish logo. ShadowWolf82 was in the chat yesterday. Give the homie the shout out as well. Sushi Ferret. A little bit disappointed that when I met her, she's not sushi and not a ferret. Barely emulates either of those, really. Wonderful person. Very colorful, very exciting, but very... not ferret-like and very not sushi-like. So I'm a little... You know what's funny too is the first time I met her, I literally asked, why sushi ferret? And at the time she was using this like ferret in a raincoat avatar. It was really cute. I was just like, why do you use that ferret? So like, do you connect with it? And I don't remember what she said. But like back then, I didn't know who she was. She knew who I was and was all just like, can I get an autograph? Woo? I might be exaggerating, but yeah, I don't remember I don't remember what the reasoning for it was. Anyway, /Zaku also up on there on both sides. Bastet, Friendship, and the Lost logo. Gotta have the Lost hobies. I wish any of them would show up so they could see how the crunch compression really hosed their logos. But the Lost logo looks good. Friendships is unfortunately a little, the straight gets bent. It bends the texture, so it's not clean, I'm afraid. I tried to save it, but, you know. Same with Captivated's logo here, the little smudgy, glitchy, chromatic aberration logo there. Tried to make it look nice. Very difficult. And then who's this? Who's this loud dumbass? We got the sheep family on the car. I found a good spot to put both sheeps on here. My sister and my brother. And then we got the pressure logo. Shout out to folks for sending that in. And Duff Quick, who was in the chat yesterday and was definitely enjoying watching me biff it through some of the accidents. Now, if we back up a little bit, all the way to the rear of the car, we got a few duplicate logos. But most importantly, maybe not importantly, but I'm really happy to have the VRChat logo there because who's seeing this when we're driving? It's going to be the people behind us. Anybody who's trying to pass us is going to see the goofy logos on the back. So they're going to see that I'm into VRChat, and they're going to be like, oh, that's why he's causing accidents. That's why he's slow. He's a VR chatter. That checks out. Then we go back up around the side here. All of these are the same logos except who's that face? Who's that face? Who's that face? Sheep fam. That's Mr. Game. Mr. Game on the right. Blue Eyes Marino. Meerkatzen on the left. Blue Eyes Marino. And then in the middle. Oh, whoop, didn't mean to spin around, sorry. Orange Eyes Marino. That's the whole sheep family on the Marino Motorsports car. Wish I could say that was planned out. I literally threw those in last minute when I was sticking in the last few logos that got submitted really late. Now I do have to say, I didn't touch on the Yerba Madre logo though. Yeah, that's a real thing. So Yerba Mate, I've been trying to get them to sponsor me for the VR DJ stuff. Then I tried to get them to sponsor me for the racing stuff. They wouldn't bite for either, but they know who I am. They've interacted with my stuff on a number of occasions. They know who I am. For reasons, I was recently chatting them about a problem with an order, and they were so appreciative that I followed up with them. They want to send me free cases of mint yerba. And in the skating world, I know we're talking about racing here, but in the skating world, when a shop gives you free gear, that means they're a sponsor. So that means, in my mind, Yerba proudly a Marino Motorsports sponsor. Sponsored racing. I got the logo on the both doors and on the front fender. I really hope they don't see this and hit me with the cease and desist. They may have done that once because of the VR chat groups that I made back in the day for all the different flavors of yerba. And of course I put their logo on it. They didn't like that. So they got in touch real quick. But yeah, that, friends and family, is our car. That's what we racing this year. We'll be racing that again here in a couple hours. Before we move on, let me do a quick time check. 1 hour past noon. 1 hour 40 minutes past noon. I think we have enough time to do a practice and a race. Let me hide stuff that y'all ain't supposed to be seeing. Oh. Let me see. So this is going to 20 minutes. This one's already underway. If we tried to get into the 2:30 race, that would give us just enough time. I think that'd be okay. I shouldn't need to like get up and eat or anything. I shouldn't need to use the restroom or anything before the full race. So the main race that we want to do is at 4, and I'm trying to work out if we have enough time to jump into one of these Miatas races, because I really enjoy running this little car on this little track. This combo right here is one of the first combos that I got into in iRacing, and I just love it so much. It's just so fun. And we can compete really well. We can take fights and everything. Let me show you this car though. You saw the big boy car. Let's go back. Let's go back to the starter car. What do we got here? What is this? Also, Yerba Mate sponsor. Someday I'm gonna get the Charles Thurwitz sponsor because all of my clothes are made by them. And I got the Chibi Clyde. Chibi Clyde art by Nanoaid. That was made for the Gachapon gimmick for the VCAT event last year. Sorry, not last year. The one before that. In 2024 when I was doing the ambassador stuff. Yeah, so this is a little old. I didn't actually show this out too much because I was kind of like, oh man, this is so neat. Like, I want to do something with it. But I think what's probably going to happen is I'm going to make stickers, and I think that's how people are going to see it. But you can't quite see it here. You can see it a little bit better in the back here. Little Chibi with the little kicked out legs is so cute. It's got my boots and everything from my old model. I'm still Marino, of course, but I have a very different look from my avatar in the last year. So still got the same face, still got the same energy, still got the same voice. Sorry. But a slightly different body. And definitely new fits. If they disagree, it's on them to contact you. That is true. And I kind of want them to contact me again. I want to know that they're watching. But I would rather it be all above board business and have us actually like do something where like they can sponsor the VR DJ stuff somehow, you know? And literally all it would have to be is just like just get a case or two every now and then comped, you know, like, cause like I buy them so much, it wouldn't take much to convince me, man. But that would be it, and I would absolutely be all up on their stuff too. Like I've shilled the Yerba product for years now into the VR DJ space until it became a literal meme. That's why we started those groups and why they got enough buzz that the company found out about it and then said quit it. I just wish they would I just wish they would get involved. They work with like a lot more like sporty things, you know. They want extreme sports and all that, but sim racing hasn't been in their purview, I don't think, which is kind of, it's a missed opportunity. They could get into it, but I keep the logo on there because I got free stuff on the way, so you know, take my W's where I can get them. All right, let's take a look at this race whose practice will be opening shortly. So what's going to happen then is this one will open. Wait, am I misreading this? No, I mean this is the time of oh, event start is 2. Oh, it's unavailable because I was already registered for a race. You got to register for a race. You have to commit to one. That way you can't try to do something dishonest and like end up in like multiple races or something. I don't know, or like try to cheese it, because it's all software stuff. There's ways of hacking that, you know. I started drinking of it because of you, so yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? But I don't force you to. You keep getting it because it brings you some level of happiness. That's the magic of Yerba. All right, enough unpaid sponsorship. Enough of unpaid shilling. They're doing the light sponsorship, but if they want the full fat, if they want the real Clyde on this, then All right, we got some ambient sounds going on. I'm actually gonna let that run. I'm gonna let that run because what'll happen is this set will roll over into. Oh, I missed one. Hold on. Clyde and Lumina. I want the last back-to-back that we did. Shout out my homie Lumina. Also a DJ Performer nominee in the VRCAs. If you vote for him instead of me, I might have words for you, though. There we go. All right, we're in a practice session. We're gonna do a quick race. 15-minute practice, 20-minute race. Get our wheel rolled around here. Fun thing about sim racing. The direct drive is a force feedback wheel. And it's a strong one at that. That means that when you're driving, it feels just like a real car that's giving you the resistance. It's got a motor that's working against you. And whenever you pop into a race like this, it does like a sort of like position calibration thing where it'll whip the wheel around as soon as you load in. I think it's possible that that is coming not from my overall setup, but I think it's from my, like, I don't think it's the hardware or even their software. I think it's literally one of the overlays. Sorry, not overlays, but one of the plugins that I have is used for tuning the force feedback to give me more information when I'm driving, so that I have a lot better opportunities to save the car from spinning and avoid accidents and all that. And I found that incredibly useful to me. But I think it also pushes in something where every time it starts up, it's got to do this like push around to make sure that it can, I don't know, turn the wheel for me instead of letting iRacing do it by itself. I don't know. Is it worse if I vote for AG or if I vote for some other random person that isn't you? It's worse if you vote for a random person who isn't me, because I hate them. They're all competitors, and I hate anybody who's coming after my glory. Do you understand? Don't joke about that. You want to know what it's like to be in a sushi roll, Sakana? Because I will turn you into a fish in a sushi roll. I'll make you into sushi grade fish. Nah, I'll play it. Vote for the. Don't let me guide your vote. Just make sure that you put in a vote. I just want to make sure that if there is an opportunity, that I can get up there and say how amazing the community is and that I appreciate everything that they've done for improving my quality of life and making such memorable experiences over the last so many years since my getting started into all this in 2020. I would be a fool not to try and take it. So that's all I got to say about that. And obviously it's ego stroking. I want to get on the goddamn stage and be like, me, big sheep. But that's secondarily. That's secondary to the aim there. But hey, how about them race drivers? Let's see what they up to. We about to have a lot of fun today. We're gonna be doing big competition energy. Later today, we're gonna be focusing on being a little bit safer. Yesterday we had a lot of accidents that were not crashes that I caused, but they're ones that I ended up getting involved in. And that's gonna be kind of my like top of mind thing, is looking for where accidents are going to happen, spot them way ahead of time, and stay out of the mix. I think we would have had a much better finishing position yesterday if we had stayed a lot more cautious, like rode the brake longer whenever there was something weird going on the track, you know. You might even see some of that here. A lot of these races, these are the Miatos races, these are rookie races, which means that anybody can join them. The ROAR that we're doing at 4 p.m., that one I think is a Class C license minimum, so obviously we'll be in it. But you get a little bit more, you kind of know what to expect there. Because people have to earn their way into that race, right? Well, this one, you can buy iRacing, install it, and literally just plug in a controller if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. And you can just join this exact race, you know? So you get the weirdest behaviors. You get some crazy stuff happening. So there'll be plenty of things for us to avoid. that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be looking for things that we're going to be looking for basically like opportunities that we can be in a grid, be full fat racing, balls to the wall, nose to the grindstone, and see how people are going to try and mess us up, and then save our own ass from it. That's the goal. Because that's going to translate really well into the race that we're going to be doing later today, where those are more predictable, but you're still going to get accidents. You're still going to get crashes and stuff. You're going to still get cars spinning out and people blocking you on the track, and you got to figure out how to get around them without losing too much speed, but not, I don't know, T-boning them at full throttle. Couldn't be me. I would never do that. That's absurd. Sheep ain't really get down with T-bones. Oh, there's slow cars. Oh no, look. Yeah, that's a rip. See what I mean? You get weird stuff. There shouldn't be accidents there. Not that kind of accident anyway. Alright, our fastest lap on this track was a 1 minute, 2 seconds, 3/10. Anticipate we can do that or better in this race because we set that on a cold track. I remember when we set that last night. He got out of the way, thank you. But today's track looks to be warmer, so the tires will have a little bit better grip a little bit sooner in the race, so we should be able to push it harder. I mean, we're already improving on our sector times there, but we'll see by how much we can improve our overall time. And by the way, if you are in the chat and I'm saying something, or you see something on the screen that you don't understand or want to know about, please feel free to ask. Half of these streams are really just mini racing school for anybody who's curious to know. I know a lot of you folks don't follow racing stuff and certainly don't follow sim racing. Happy to share the fun. Happy to share the knowledge and why people do stuff or why they don't do stuff. You just can't ask why my swag too different, why my bitch too bad, because you already know the answers to those questions. Alright, let's lock it for this one, see what we can do. Looks like we put down a 102.6 previously. We can definitely do better. Alright, this one you go late apex, which means touch this. Yes. Good placement. Same story. Ease in. I'm going to keep it left here so that I can do this. Full fucking throttle. Yeah. Nice and fast. Get around these without wrecking the car. I literally ruined the car last night during one of the practices, hitting those red turtles. Borrowing Chev's term, turtles. I call them the worm, but I think that's a different kind of curb that's literally, you know, reminiscent of a worm. Serves the same purpose though. It's meant to make your car bounce up into the air and discourage you from cutting the track. Okay, I'll take a look at the time in a second. 102.1. There you go. PB. Let's do it again. 2 to make it true. Yeah, get a tire screaming. Ooh, high risk. Give it the beans! Funny, I'm always posting really good sector times through there, but then I kind of lose it up through here. Maybe it's that guy. Maybe he did something. Maybe it's his fault. Surely it's the kids that are wrong. Controller, steering wheel, setup, war, mouse, and keyboard. I would 100%... I don't think they let you keyboard and mouse. I don't think there's a way to do that. Controller would definitely be better than that anyway, because you can do gradual inputs with your triggers, whereas with a keyboard, if you're doing WASD, it's on and off, and you literally can't drive. Like, you see my brake trace there, the green lines going up and down, that's my throttle. You can't throttle like that. You can't on and off. It's there's no way to finish races like that, because you just cause accidents. For yourself, that is. Oh, I didn't turn off the furnace and the the AC vents right under me. Well, the practice section will be closing soon, and we'll go into qualifying. I'll get a second to wipe out my eyes. Yeah, but driving wheel setup 100%, even if you have to get an entry-level one for like $250 or $200. Oh, hella accent up there, look at that. Let's see what happened there. That's 2 cars. What did they do? Anyway, yeah, I would not get into sim racing if you aren't going to use a wheel. However, you don't have to spend crazy big on a wheel. An entry-level setup, so a basic 4-speed back wheel and a set of pedals. That's all it takes to get into this. They're going to run like $200, and you know there's a decent gauntlet you can run in terms of like how much you want to spend for that and how many like accessories you get. Basically everybody uses paddle shifters for the gear shifts, because they're pretty easy to make those, and most cars have automatic gearboxes anyway. So it's pretty realistic to what you'd be taking out onto the track. You can get a stick shift attachment for your sim rig setup if you want, though. If you want to simulate the, these more classic manual cars, rather than having the paddle shifters if they didn't, ship with those from the factory kind of thing. A lot of people do that because, the sim racing community generally is like, they're very car focused, right? So they want a setup that mimics the car that they're actually driving. For example, they have, for like those prototype cars, they have those really weird steering wheels that are basically just a rectangle with the horns and everything. Like a rectangle with horns, if you can visualize that. And then for all the GT cars, or at least the older GT cars, they have a roundy steering wheel like you're used to, like the one that you're seeing on the screen right now. So in my case, I got the roundy Club Sport wheel from Fanatec, since that was going to be most similar to the GT cars I was going to be running IRL. So having that continuity was very helpful to me, because it's just a little bit like, just those little hardware differences. You don't really want those kind of disconnections if you're using sim racing to practice IRL racing, during the off season. That was originally my intent. But I found that sim racing is bringing me a lot of joy, that, like in working on my racecraft and such, and it doesn't cost nearly as much as IRL racing. And there's also some other factors of racing in person that makes it very difficult to do, mainly around timing. Like if I want to go race at a racetrack like across the country, well, how am I going to get there, and like how much time can I take to do that, and then just multiply that by however many races you want to do throughout the season. It makes it really difficult. Whereas this, I can do this race, I can do the one right after it, I can do 6 more before dinner time. So it's easy sell. But I do like to have that continuity of the setup. But you don't have to. You don't have to do any of that, especially if you're just interested in racing. Just get whatever Logitech pedal and steering wheel combo they always have around Christmas time, and you are golden. Just get something. Just get something. Rarely does anybody get to pick their first car. So, you know, treat the sim racing stuff the same way. Just get started. Just pick something up. Just fucking drive. Just go do it. It sounds hilarious. It's kind of tempting. I have at least 2 other games I'd use HOTAS with if I got one. Is that a typo or is that an acronym that I'm failing to know? Wait, I see you folks said something about it. Hold on. Let me bring it into the pits. We're qualifying in a second anyway. Ooh. Yeah, see, my pit limiter's on now. I'm full throttle and I'm not breaching it. I don't know why they didn't give me that for the roar, but whatever, man. Oh, too far back. Okay. iRacing website says also compatible with flight sticks. But why though? Hands on throttle and stick. Plane controls. Well, thank you. I'm learning something new today. That's interesting. I can see you being successful with those. I would not play with the formula of getting a steering wheel and pedals. There's no, like, I'm thinking about it right now. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that and doing it successfully. I got to, in iRacing, I got to a Class A license, the highest license you can get before going into the highly selective pro license series with a controller, because I was waiting at the time. I was waiting for them to resolve their COVID era supply chain issues with getting me my full racing setup, and I was too impatient. I was like, I think I can get my license up into like before all the gear gets here, so that I can have the most fun as soon as the gate opens, basically. And it worked out great. You can't be terribly competitive with a controller, I don't think. There are some limitations there that a steering wheel and pedals are just gonna do a lot better for you. Plus, it's just more enjoyable. It's less, you're trying to use arcade equipment on a sim rig. Or on a sim. It's not. You're giving yourself a ceiling that you don't need to have, kind of thing. However, that's talking about a controller. With flight sticks, I feel like you can totally do that. I don't think there's any reason that you can't. If you do it, please show me a video. I need to see that so I can laugh my ass off. Would I rather fly a plane with a steering wheel? I would fly a plane with a steering wheel, though. A yoke. That's what they use in some planes. They use a yoke. So, like... But, like... Man, get out of here. Y'all playing. Get out of here. Come on, we're qualified. Let's go. Okay, track temperature is back down to 72 degrees. That means that the track is actually a little bit on the cold side. This will take us 1.5 laps to get up to temp, unless we push the car really hard on the out lap. Since we're practicing racecraft today, i.e. how we're racing with other drivers, how we're driving with other drivers around and looking for accidents and avoiding them, let's push hard for quali, get ourselves far ahead in the grid as best we can. Pull no punches here. Get them tires nice and warm. You want them screaming. Pitched it though. A little bit of dirt. folks, is that the homie? Save me. People are trying to talk about, they're trying to convince me that if one wanted to, you could get flight sim controls and then hook them up for sim racing. I'm losing my marbles here. They had me considering some wild shit. Wild shit. Oh no! I almost took that full throttle. I've been trying to figure out if there's a line that I can take through that series of corners that lets me just be full flat, but I haven't found it. Just there, the car was trying to skip out on me. Well, now we know. That's one way not to do it. I think I gotta lift sooner through that corner. All right, well that lap won't count because of the incident, but this next one we can do cleaner. Just so we have a time on the board, it's better to start somewhere in the pack rather than in the literal back. So let's try. Yo, folks, the pressure logo's on the back of the car. Not this one. The car I'm going to be running at the race later today. Yeah, a little bit of spin, help it get through there. Okay, so here we were able to do this pretty well, but through here we need to lift sooner. Kind of hate that, but you gotta work with the car, gotta work with the track. Alright, let's see. Alright, 120, oh, 22. A 102.29. That's pretty damn fast for me. I think that's faster than the best time that I posted last night too, which was my PB until we did practice earlier today. So we have a competitive time. Looks like we're gonna be still back half of the pack, which is pretty common this late in the series. These roll over on Mondays. So all of these folks are likely to have been running these races basically all week, and I have not. I just jumped into this yesterday. So I'm pretty happy with that. It gives us somewhere to start from. It gives us people to compete against. We're gonna have to do a bit of fighting. It's gonna be good. It's time, yippee. Yeah, it's just about time. What we're doing right here is a kind of like a warm-up race of sorts. It's very different track, very different car, very different parameters. But we got time to kill home slice. We gotta stay warm. We gotta stay hot. We gotta be head in the game, you feel me? Oh, I have to say, for everybody in the chat today, my apologies if you're hearing creaking. It's not my back, it's not my knees. Quit laughing. It's my, it's the seat for my racing cockpit. Which, like, the padding is just, I don't know, like, it doesn't seem to have a state of being broken in. It's just always doing this creaky sound, and I'm not a big fan of it, but it is comfortable. Comfortable as a racing rig should be, that is, which is still pretty stiff. But it's noisy, and I don't mean to give you guys any garbage noises. But how we doing today? How we doing? How we doing? It's not the farts. Quit saying that. I'm banning you. Mods. I wish I had like a GIF that I could put on the screen that goes, it's that guy going like, mods, put this one on the rocket. Send this one up with the rocket. Let me see here. Let me see. Why is my... OBS not showing? Oh, I skipped it. Alright, I'm just gonna check my audio levels, make sure everything gravy there. I would trust that you folks would let me know if you can't hear the car and the music. What is this? Wait, this is showing a stream preview from from earlier. I don't mean to have a video playing in the background. That's probably why my frames were dropping earlier. It was playing in the background. A new world for VRC. You can't see it, but I'm giving you the squinty eye of like, okay, I'm seeing what you're cooking. I'm watching you. I know you up to something. You know, I was kind of just chatting earlier a little bit. I've been kicking around this idea that there aren't many racing competitions in VRChat, even though we have the worlds, we have the community, we've got the enthusiasts that are all up on that shit. But the worlds are so sensitive, it's really hard to compete when you have 3 or more cars. So basically they only happen when you can get together a bracket where you can do all 1v1s and have everybody waiting around. And the VRC car community, specifically, they run those a couple times a year, but only a couple times a year. And I was kind of thinking like, you know, there's no reason I can't go to a world and literally just do like a pop-up race event, basically, of like, yeah, we're gonna have a tourney here, you know. We could use the same format. I don't hate the format, really. It's just the best that we got. The only thing is that I think a lot of times people like they wait around for those to happen, and then if Jinte, being a very busy person, doesn't organize one, then it just doesn't happen. And I was kind of thinking like, well, I could organize a race. I could organize a VRChat race. So I'm thinking about it. Might do something there. I don't want to like world build those worlds, just because I don't want to spread myself too thin on what I'm learning. But we'll touch on that later though. Kicking around the idea though, might run some races in VRChat. Not even like music and racing like we did at the Clyde Fest, but just racing pure. Just to make sure that there's events pushing the envelope on that. I really want to see that space grow. But everyone's gridded. It's time to race. Let's go, baby. Fast sheepy time. I'm gonna go full throttle, and I'm not gonna lift until I see turn 1 or God. Green flag. Or the back of this guy's car. Let me inside. It's way safer to be inside. Okay, let's look for and avoid accidents today. Alright, my tires are cold, their tires are cold, so we're gonna warm them up. Little accident. Shoo, no! Ooh! He tried to kill me, Beepo! And it didn't work. That's crazy. He literally, so he started spinning off of that bump. I felt it, but I saved it because I knew that it was possibly going to happen. So I was like, I'm going to keep the car really, really stable so that if he does hit me, it'll be really hard for him to spin me and he might just eat the reaction there, the equal and opposite reaction, and he took the L on that one. Now I have a bad feeling we're gonna have an accident up here though. Let's see. Oh, one guy looks like he's off. A lot of time. Oh, yeah. Alright, easy. Okay. Free positions. Woo! And we're mostly caught up. Oh, no. I didn't mean to hit that one. Please don't ruin my car. with those red barriers, those turtles there, in these cars, you can hit it twice. No, you can only hit it once, actually, before your car takes too much damage, and then you can't steer. It literally takes away your ability to steer it. And obviously, you need to be able to steer confidently at speed to finish a race. So we're going to be real careful with that. Okay, tires are probably warm now. And everybody's a little bit spaced out. That helps us quite a bit, actually. Although, going through those corners, I feel like that little bump that I did, I feel like the steering's kind of loose now, so I have to kind of exaggerate my steering some to compensate for it. And I think if I hit another one of those, I'm literally gonna not finish the race. I'll literally ruin the car. I won't even get a bad position. I'll literally just not finish. So we're gonna have to play it nice and safe. Guy behind me is 2.7 seconds down. A guy ahead of me is about that same ahead. Position a little funny for the late apex there. Yeah. Okay, position pretty good for this one. Nice. There is an alternate configuration of this track that I really love, which doesn't have those red barriers, and you actually keep driving straight a little bit, like further out to the forest there. I love it so much, but they don't use it for these cars. Not a big fan of chicanes like that are real tight, especially ones that, like, instead of using safety cones, they use those barriers that damage your car if you hit them too hard. I don't like those because when, like right now the grid is very spaced out, which is good for me because I like my position already, so it makes it easier to defend. But when you got a tight grid and everybody's like right all up on each other, you get weird stuff. You know, you get like 2 or 3 cars trying to go through the same corner at the same time, and there's not a lot of room to work with. Like, you see how tight this is. Well, if you got those barriers there where if you hit them too hard, you're gonna kill your car and your race weekend's totally done. That's not so great when you have really fierce wheel-to-wheel competition. So I'm not really a fan of those. I like more of the, like, oh, if you do mess it up, like, yeah, you're gonna go off track, you get penalized with the incident points and all that, you get a penalty, they'll wave the flags at you. I like that a lot better, rather than, oh, if you mess it up, you're going to ruin your car. Because then it's kind of like, well, you can't come back from it, you know, your race is done if you kill your car. So, but if I go off track and I don't hit a wall, I can just get back on the track, you know, and just keep going. It's way more interesting. All the people in the stands that paid for a ticket to see you race, they get to see you race still, you know? Nice, we did a 102 this race. I'm pretty happy with that. Means we found some good speeds from last night's practicing. I'm barely catching up to the guy ahead of me, though. We've got like 4/10 on him. Bit of a problem too, because we've only got like 5 laps to get it done, so not a lot of opportunities to be the Speedy Sheepy, you feel me? Alright, keep it inside. A little more inside. A little lift and in. Oh my god, that was so good. It's like butter. Smooth like butter. I'm terrified of messing with the setup of the cars in VRC. Yeah, isn't it gnarly? Like, I took one look at the SAC wheel setup for the Clyde Fest cars, just to like get an idea of what all goes into it, and I was like, holy shit, you literally have to be a mechanic to understand what all of these numbers mean and like what like a normal value is, you know? Like, I don't know shit about damping settings for cars, for example. Like, I don't get that, you know, under the hood of a car. I'm a driver, I'm not a wrench. I've always leaned into that. Like, I'm getting good at driving, and that's all I care to get good at. I'm not trying to be a mechanic expert. Oh no, nope, sorry. Poor dude behind me. It's like, what the hell? But let me tell you, if you look at, like, if you go and look, I think they have everything for like damping settings and like how brakes operate. You get some aerodynamic settings as well. Like, these are all factors that are important to a car, but good lord, I would be lost in the ocean trying to set those, so I wouldn't even try. Alright, our homie here is gonna try and go inside. Yep, better give it to him. I almost killed him, and he got a good lap on me, so best just try and fight him from behind instead of defend from up front. He would kill me at some point anyway. That guy got a good run. Whoop. I'm kind of wondering something that Chev said about the tire management for cars. I wonder if on this track I might actually be cooking my tires in those last two corners there, because I'm trying to work out a strategy where I don't use my brakes so much so that I can retain more speed, but that asks more of your tires. So over time, your tires get less grippy because they get harder instead of staying that supple rubber, you know? So they don't connect with the road as well. So I'm wondering if maybe I'm pushing it a little too hard trying to get that strategy to work, if I should bring my brakes back in some. And that might be why they're getting some good speed on me. Because like through there, the tires are screaming, which is pretty normal for me, but I'm wondering if maybe I'm pushing it too much. Less traction in the tires makes you go slower. Alright, late apex. Nice. He's going way late on that one. But I think I was probably on the power for longer. Which means we can catch up, make him nervous. Be like, you might have passed me, but can you stay there? Oh, we're almost on our last lap. We only get like 12 laps in this race, so... He's probably taking that one home. White flag, last lap. Last lap is a magical time. It's a bit of a Twilight Zone. Weird shit happens. People start making mistakes, they get nervous, and in fact, he was braking a little bit unusually compared to what he did last lap, so I wonder if he might be exhibiting that right now. So what I do is I put the pressure on, keep nervous, stay consistent, but stay putting the pressure on. A lot of people wreck in the last lap. A lot of people wreck in the last lap because they try desperate shit. Not me though. I just lock it in. Like I'll try, you know, I'll take a fight if we're close, but see how he's still ahead of me, like decently ahead of me. There's no, I can't take a good fight here, like. So there's no point in trying to get desperate, you know. All right, P7.
Chicken flag.
Not an amazing finish, but we did it really clean, which is really good because our safety rating was really hurting from the accidents that we had yesterday. So I'm gonna do one more lap while other people are still driving. Work off the 3 incident points we collected here. I think I had 1 from qualifying, and then we worked that off with the extra lap. Let's see if we can get in a few more corners before our homies before our homies disconnect. All right, pretty clean race. Found some accidents, avoided some accidents, almost created one. Saved it. And we even stayed off of the turtles. Aside from one corner. Alright, we'll take it. In fact, we could even go back. We got time, right? Yeah, we got time. In a half hour, we'll get in for the warm-up for the ROAR, the actual race we're gonna do. But let's take it back. Let's see what we did in this race while we're here. Fastest was a 101.8, and we actually did that twice. That's cool. Alright, let's do... what do we want? Chopper view? Probably blimp view. Nah, we'll do chopper view. Ah, gloves coming off. These are... they're sweaty and tight. It's not really giving us the view of what everybody else is doing. Let's go back to the purchase. There we go. I like to be able to see whatever everybody else is doing so we can see when accidents are coming up, you know? Or see why we did stuff, you know? You can see tire tracks in the grass. That's how you know people had a bad time. The cars in the pit lane on the right there. Those guys all had a bad time. Actually, I think that was the guy I killed right at the start. Let's jump back to the beginning. See how our launch was. And see what happened there. Shout out the Hail Satan car there. So I was getting on the inside. I think the blue and white there. I think he's the one who tried and failed. Getting on the inside for a lot of these races is really smart, because if you're on the outside, a lot of these drivers, they don't check. You can see that blue and white right there. Didn't bother looking. Didn't bother looking to see if I was there, and then turned into me. So that was not my fault. I positioned myself well. I left him room. I did not have to back out there because he was on the outside. He should have stayed out, but you watch him in the slow-mo. He's literally just turning into me. And you can see I had my brake lights on because I knew that something was going to happen. I needed to keep the car really, really concrete, really sturdy. So that let him spin, and you can kind of see he doesn't bring his brakes on at all. And then he tries to bring his brakes on. That puts the weight on the front of the car and then spins it. So he 180'd himself. he made 2 mistakes there. I kept it solid. That's what we want to see for the rest of the racing that we do today. Is looking for incidents like that, try to anticipate them, protect ourselves as best we can. But in that incident, he should have just backed it out. He just should have stayed out. But like I was saying, when you start a race like this and you kind of have an idea of like, oh, everybody on this grid has some level of like, they have a lot of variability to their skill. You have to assume that they're all idiots. So what you do is you put yourself in the best defensive position, which for that first turn is just being on the inside, because they can't push me outside on the left there. If I'm on the inside, it's easy for me to see if they're going to turn into me, because they always do. And it lets me back out so to give them the space to be an idiot, or lets me gun it ahead if I've already got some distance on them. Now, I wonder if that guy spinning out there was doing the same thing, basically. Nah, he just... Oh yeah, he got real squirrely. he was on the throttle, then on the brake, then on the throttle, then on the brake. You don't want to switch back and forth like that. There's no benefit to that. That caused him to try and kill people. Like, he was in the grid, all he had to do is drag his brake and then stay on the throttle, and he chose to do neither. He just switched between them, so that was his race done. And then I think for the most part, we were just following these guys, and then we had a little moment of poor positioning later, where we got out close to the wall, right up in here, I think. No. It was definitely some silly mistake. It wasn't, there wasn't a good reason for it. No, not that one. It's in here somewhere. We messed up somewhere, man. Yeah, we got real far away from the curb there. The previous lap we were a little bit closer, but we were getting farther away from the curb. We've been progressively missing it, and that probably ate us here as we were getting further away, like failing to position the car well. Let's see what we did here. Did we get inside? We did. Good. Okay, so that was fine. Okay, I think at this point we had lost some distance on that guy. Oh, yeah. We turned in too early on that curb. Should have stayed out a little bit longer and probably... Oh, yeah. That was when I was trying to see how much I could get away with not using the brakes through here at all. Preferably, you would get out to the left and then get on the brake a little bit. But I stayed middle of the track and then started turning in. That had me hit this curb too soon, which had me position the car to go out to take a picnic in the grass here. And that's why that happened. Which had me not only giving that guy the scare of his life, but I gave him a lot of speed, or I gave him a big window for him to catch up to me. But the important thing is we were aiming to look for and avoid accidents in this race, and we did really good at that. So we did give up 2 positions as we started. That one I handed to him, but this guy behind me just raced really well, capitalizing on my lacking speed. Ooh. So he's got a great position. That's where I should have been on that last lap where I messed up. So he was going nice and fast, so I just had to stay out. And he got it done. Not much of a battle, but We survived. That's the important part. And that's what you want to see. If you can't get a good position, just make sure that the car comes back in good condition. So that had a very minor iRating change. Let's see, we started P8, so we gained a position. And we fought pretty good, and we kept it clean, so we got a little bit of a safety rating improvement. Not bad, not bad, no complaints. Let's see. We don't have enough time to do another Miatas run because I don't want to get too distracted before the real race. This one opens up in... so it starts in an hour and a half, but the practice opens up before then. How soon? Usually these open like a half hour before the start of the event, but I want it to tell me that. Otherwise, I'll just go join one of these practices down here. Yeah, I don't see where it says. Oh, here we are. Registration typically opens 30 minutes prior to the session start time. So we've got another half hour to kill before... No, a full hour to kill before the practice starts. So what we'll do is we'll go load up into a practice server and leave it sit while I hit the restroom, refresh myself, and then we'll come back to it. And then we're gonna have the big race. Who's excited? Who's hyped for this? Ooh, I think I have a package getting delivered too. Let me go, let me go check and see if that's available. I'll let you folks listen to the music and get myself refreshed. We are BRB. sees me sneak back in. Is that Polly D in the chat? What's up, Aerobator? You guys caught me at just the right time. Okay, I'm not being very sneaky. You caught me just the right time for getting the restroom break and water break. Before we get into the big race, we got the big race starting in. Officially starts in an hour and 10, but the practice opens prior to that, so we've got basically like 45 minutes to hang out, and then we get warmed up. Let me check my headset real quick. 90% battery, good. I have copyright over orange hearts. That is literally the opposite of true. I have the copyright on orange everything. All orange everything. Including the orange hearts. I have a fresh earbud, but I haven't even finished my first water, so I'm going to get that done. Because I'm all need it. So what's everybody got going on today? These kind of streams are usually the kinds of things people put on for background noise. So what's your primary activity if this is your secondary? What's holding your attention today? My package didn't come. It says that it's out today, but out for delivery, but I didn't say it. Oh no. That's a turn one fail. It's gonna ruin somebody's day. Copyright on what appears to be a hex code, but isn't that too many characters for a hex code? F09FA7? Yeah, hex code should be 6 characters, right? Teach you about color codes. I got finally posting some new writing. VRChat world making. Not much yet, just sitting down for the day. Sounds like a chill time for everybody for the most part. And we know that folks are working on a new world. Then the rest of you are probably sleeping to the sound of my voice. And the liner notes going up either today or tomorrow on the first part. What are liner notes? Assume I'm illiterate. Assume I'm about as smart as your average sheep. Like, bah. And you know? Liner notes. I feel like I should know what that is. Isn't that like the text that they put on a dust cover on the inside of a dust cover for a book? Back when people would read the inside. Well, back when people would read, and also back when people would read dust covers to get their book recommendations. Ah, the UTF-8 heart emoji. Yeah. You would think that I would know that one just by spotting it. but no. Yo, Miku livery! Right? That Miku? That's sick. Was sick. I've noticed not too many people are doing the anime babe on car paints even now. A couple years back when I started into all the sim racing stuff, I noticed there would be like the oddball out there. There would be like one person with a Natasha. And then last year, I noticed like a couple here and there, a little bit more. But today, we've seen 3 maybe? Maybe 3 today. And I feel like there should be more. The old world racing people of like, oh, just getting sponsors on your car and having a flat color, that's old. We want to see the anime babes on the cars. Oof. That poor dude back there. That poor dude having a bad time. CDs, visa compensations as well. Describes like the pieces of the process. Yeah. Checks out. Wait, I just realized you can see when I'm reading the chat because my tracking is working today how it wasn't working yesterday because I was all stiff yesterday. Still not sure what that was because I was using the same camera and the same setup and everything. Whoa. Oh no, the GT4 got absolutely fucked there. he got eaten. All right, it is 5 minutes to 3. Gonna get this nice cool yerba, and then I'm gonna start warming up some laps. However, I'm gonna do those with the gloves off for now. Shouldn't be an issue. Give me my far chase camera. Thank you. Okay. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Our driver assist are set correctly. Chance of rain is 0%. I would assume that is the humidity. That's 94%. I don't know what that will affect for us. Track is 76 degrees. That is cold. There you go for it, buddy. Alright, we're gonna take it out. Take it easy. Just kind of warming up, reminding ourselves what this car does and does not like doing. Bro. Now, if I remember right, yesterday's race, when we got into the practice lobby for our split, somebody had taken the safety cones with them. They had, like... well, yeah, somebody had driven through the safety cones in the pit lane, where you should not be making such mistakes. It was so funny. It was a bad premonition that there was going to be some bad accidents. Alright. Tire's very cold. We're going to be very purposeful with our braking. We're going to not do that during the race, I promise. Right, but purposeful with the braking, or purposeful with the steering inputs. I think that's mostly what's causing our little mess ups here and there while we're getting the car warmed up. So we'll watch those. Alright, we're clear to go. Oh, I didn't realize I was getting on the throttle, so
yeah, you scared the fuck out of me.
let me get off the track real quick.
Yeah, I didn't know which way you were gonna go there, so I had
Give them a second to get by, and then
I apologize.
There you go.
come back up. Come back up with it. Now that right there is definitely something that would happen in an actual race. You get spun, you just gotta wait for everybody to move and just get back in it. No damage, keep racing. If you have damage, you still keep racing until they tell you you have to bring it into the pits. Alright, we're gonna brake nice and early through here. We have a low downforce variant of this car and cold tires. So it'll be a little tricky keeping it pointed correctly through there for a couple laps. I think the track was probably hotter yesterday, so we're gonna have even more risk this time. So we'll play it careful. Alright, bring her in. Easy. There you are. Okay, not too bad. Certainly better than our first lap. Yeah, nice purposeful turning through there. It makes a world of difference. We hit this one kind of late. That keeps us nice and safe. This one early. Get ready for getting past. Right. It's still early on this one. Most drivers brake at the 2 marker. I brake a little bit before because this car builds more speed through there than most people's other setups. I believe they tend to go for the races. They tend to go for a higher downforce setup to make it more stable, and I went with a low downforce one because that's what I was practicing with, to try to figure out what my optimal lap times were. See, like, literally how blazing fast can I go? So I'm just carrying that right into the race. Change as few things as possible. Tires nice and warm. Our braking is excellent. Up some dirt. He messed me up pretty good there, but we lived. This feels weird doing this without my gloves on, but necessary. Ooh, one way down on the left. That's a touring car right there. Haven't seen one of them before. Bring her in nice and easy, 158 flat. That's a good starting time, but we can do better. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna have to block your move. Yeah, there we go. I mean, bro, he was gonna kill us. I was gonna let him by, but he played around. Alright, I'm gonna go up. Easing it in. Up. Fish, fish, fish. And go. A little too deep. Alright, let's put some distance between him and us. I don't want to have no incidents like that again. Too much risk, not enough reward. He ain't even in my class. Okay, can we get a fast lap this lap? Not, not pulling that, I'm afraid. Yeah, sorry, dude. Wait, my steering is off. I think I got some damage that didn't call me out on. Yeah. That sorted. It didn't say anything about me taking damage there, but it definitely felt like I did because my steering wasn't staying straight. All right, back out again. Let's see if we can get some fast laps. That's what I get for looking away from my away from my track position. Happens though. Happens. Nice. Not the fastest, but certainly the most stable. Pretty sure that guy should be able to pull away from me there. Yeah, I was keeping pace with that LMP3, but that's a little odd. I shouldn't be able to do that if he was full throttle. Alright, second lap. We should have pat tires to play with. Deep. There. Oh, there's a plane over the wall there. Sometimes you can see the planes taken off from the airport nearby. Nice bit of world building. Position it. Nice. Now that right there, that's the strategy that I wanted to show Chev earlier when I was kind of chatting. I had two different strategies to take through that series of corners. That one right there is the one that I was most stable with in practice. But during the race last night, I kept switching back to the old one where I would use a lot more braking, which would cause a bit of a destabilization of the car, which that didn't cause me any accidents from that, but it definitely caused me to lose time, and I could have avoided that. So we'll do better in that respect today. Okay, our last lap was a 1:58.1. We don't got no traffic, so let's see if we can do a really good lap this time. I am noticing that the car is it's getting busy through that corner. Normally it doesn't, so I'm wondering if maybe there's stuff on the track. Because my tires are warmed up, that shouldn't be an issue at this point. And my inputs haven't changed through there, my strategy hasn't changed, so I don't know what that's all about. Okay, fish for it, don't let him hit me. Okay. He tried to. He tried to bonk me. Alright, what kind of time are we looking at? Okay, that was a 158.4. We're shooting for what, a 156. So 156 is the low end of the personal best that I've done. Now doing that in a race is going to be very, very challenging considering how dirty the environment is. But we shoot for it anyway. Okay, that's much better. Way better. Little squirrely. Little braking to save it. Okay. How do we do? 157 flat. That's a much better basis. Oh, he's in the pits. I can pull it out.
You can make your own rhythm.
Off we go. Yeah, if you get real far out there, the asphalt material is very different. It's very gnarly, hard to keep grip. So if you spin, like, you can only save it if you position it well into the spin to, you know, have it be less worse. So getting it sideways like that was better than just literally spinning the car like a top, you know? Also on the back end of this embankment here, I want to try and get up closer to the wall sooner, so like right about here, because I think that does help the exit speed a little bit. Alright, nose it in, nose it in, nose it in. Nice. Nice. So by this point, last lap, we were 4/10 down for this sector, and we're 3/10 down this time. So that strategy is working out. It is saving us time. 3/10 off of my personal best through that section, that is. So that is an improvement. Out then in. Glad that we're not getting no traffic through this corner. This is a bad one to have traffic and then have people mess you up real bad, because it's very easy to spin the car. Same story through here, but this one's a little like I feel like I've gotten a pretty decent strategy for saving the car from any accidents like that. But the one before that hairpin is punishing. I gotta make sure to get up on that curb on the entry there. Missing that, I think, is slowing us down a little bit. We definitely improved our speed through there. We'll keep doing that. A 157.4. Much better lines through there. Okay, we're sculpting a line that we're much happier with. Okay, try to get up over this one. We did. Up. Over. Ooh. Alright, we had to do a little bit of braking to save it from going over the curb, but we did keep it pretty stable, all things considered. You know what I just remembered? Yesterday's race, we actually didn't post a qualifying time because we had incidents through our first attempt. There you go, 156.7. That we can work with. Nice. That's a more reasonable time for us. Now, yesterday we didn't actually qualify for the race because we had to restart it because of the lack of a pit limiter. I was racing in the pit lane, so I had to bring it back, and I ended up doing that twice. I don't remember exactly how, but I made the same mistake twice. So I lost some time there, and you only get 8 minutes to qualify, and a qualifying lap is, you know, well, somewhere under 2 minutes, but close to it. Well, the one attempt that I did get done, I had picked up some incidents, and they don't let you count a lap if it has any incidents. So I went back to do the second one, and I had run out of time to post that second one. So I didn't actually end up qualifying, ended up getting put in the back of the grid. So we were doing fights going ahead in the early part of the race, but that means that anytime there's an accident, it's going to be ahead of you somewhere. So, did myself a big disservice there. So today we're going to try and post a clean qualifying lap. Try to avoid those. 157.2. Coming out of this corner, I always want to go crazy fast, and it's really hard to do that. Because you step on it just a little bit too quick, you just 180 yourself. There you go, over the curb. Didn't put as much into the steering there, but the extra braking saved us. Something about this corner. Intuitively, you want to go outside first, but you can see from the dirtiness of the track, everybody takes it on the inside. And I've found it's a lot more stable to take it on the inside. I'm not really sure why that is, but I'm not going to challenge the conventional wisdom there if everybody else is avoiding the outside. And I have had a few accidents trying to go wide. We'll follow the flow there. You know, I haven't noticed getting up on the embankment just before the exit there. I haven't noticed if that's actually improved our lap times at all. I don't think it has. I guess that doesn't really matter. It's just like it's one of those things that you could optimize, but I probably lost time elsewhere that makes it, you know, that kind of eats that, so you wouldn't notice the improvement if there is an improvement to get. Real happy with how we're coming out of the bus stop chicane there. Very stable. And that was a 156.3. Let's do that through the race. Okay, I think we've optimized through there down to our optimal lap. So we'll probably look for opportunities elsewhere. We didn't spin it though. Let's see. Looks like we've got maybe 63 cars in this session, which puts my current time perfectly in the middle at 31st. I'll fucking take it. Because this session is not locked to competitors in your iRating group. So you have people that are faster than you, like people that are way higher in the iRating rankings than you, as well as those below you. So this is just anybody who showed up is practicing right now, and it puts me right in the middle of all of them. So that's quite a positive for me. Last year I wouldn't have even been close, I don't think. Who's that in the chat? Let's go. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome in. We're doing lots of practice before the ROAR before the 24. This will be our second attempt at said race. We did one last night. Very dirty experience, so we're gonna do a much cleaner one today. Now, in a lot of respects, I did fine. It's because of other people having accidents that I failed to avoid, and I just kind of came through and made those accidents worse by T-boning people. That's what happened, and we're going to do the opposite of that today. We're going to watch for we're going to watch for caution flags. We're going to be taking those very, very safely today instead of trying to optimize, you know. But how you doing? How's everybody feeling today? Is your work all going good? I know a bunch of yous are remaining productive. I was about to say impressive for a Sunday, but it's not even Sunday for most of us. Some of yous. Alright, I'm gonna hit this lap. So I can let my hands rest. I'm not using my gloves at the moment, so I'm kind of like putting more work on my thumbs to maintain the grip on the wheel. Normally I can do that with the rest of my fingers because of the grippiness of the gloves, but I don't have that right now, so I'm kind of like making my thumbs work overtime. Oh, started spinning. Yeah, we still got, we're under an hour to the race officially starting. Granted, it does start with its own dedicated practice section. But there's no harm in sharpening your axe for a few more hours before you go chop down a big tree, you feel me? So, yeah, let's put it in here. Where's our pit box today? Way down the field.
Pit boxing in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Alright. I just thought of something. I want to take a look iRacing pit limiter not working. Let me do button actually, because I have a feeling I turned it off with a hotkey. Off map to a wheel here, eh? No, that's my throttle.
Okay, punch it.
I think that's just changing my screen there. What happens if I try? Oh my god, that was it. I had to switch the screen. That's so... Oh my god, dude. Why is that a thing? Cool. Well, I'll let my hands rest on a stretch a little bit, but we had a bunch of penalties to pay yesterday in the race that we did last night, from racing in the pit lane, where you can only go 55 miles an hour, and in a car like this, it's easy. Like, it's built up, the turbos are live, and the car is putting down power really easy up in those speeds. When you put it up into second gear, you're flying, right? According to pit lane speed limit, anyway, you're flying. It's really hard to keep it to 55, so that's why you see me, whenever I've been pitting out, I've been trying to keep it to like 40 miles an hour. It's just too variable. That's so funny. I had to press the A key on my keyboard. I don't know what that's mapped to. Like, that's the thing with that iRacing, is that it has a ton of keys, and usually what happens is people will map them to all these buttons that come with your steering wheel. Usually the steering wheels have a ton of buttons. If I turn this up here, you can actually see some of them modeled in the yoke in iRacing itself. Like, I've got a lot of those buttons on my steering wheel IRL. I haven't mapped all of them to like car functions. Like, some of them are like volume functions, or like sending out a thanks message real quick. Like, if I hit the little purple button down here, it'll just say thanks up on the top of the screen there. That'll just text it out to everybody. And then I have like the look left and right. Those are buttons on the wheel too. So like, I don't have a lot of buttons to spend for things like pit limiters, where I'm always going to keep it on. Or at least that's what I thought I did. But apparently there's a hotkey on the keyboard that is pre-mapped to enable it and disable it, and it wouldn't let me change it in this software settings, like in the UI itself. Very, very much could have done without the trouble that caused yesterday. And you already know, it was one of those things where like, I went to type in the chat once, and then I went to press T like you would do in like, I guess World of Warcraft, like games like those, like you press T to bring up the chat window, and then I started typing, but I didn't engage it first. So what probably happened was I was trying to type, and I didn't look, and I was probably just typing hotkeys into the iRacing client, and then it was turning shit off, and I had no idea. I didn't know what those were mapped to, so I didn't know what I, was turning off. What a discovery! That was a wonderful Google search I just did. I'm so happy I did that. Christ. Goodness. So Cab, what should I call you? I just called you Cab. But I got nicknames for everybody in here. Sucking is Fish. Earthrise is Goober. What's up, Goober? Fairy is Wife. All right, so it's 3:30. Our race session is going to be open soon. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get joined up to that one. I'm gonna change the stream name. There's 1,200 people connected for this race session already. That's amazing. That's gonna be a lot of splits. Yeah, stream name. Is this how Is this how I changed stream name? Racing, Speedy Sheepy, Roar 24 2026. Oh, I guess it's already in the name. Speedy Sheepy, Roar. Doing the roar. And we'll change the thumbnail now. I think I had this one. You see in the back end now, you're seeing what it looks like to run a sheepy stream. Okay, let's connect. While we're doing that, or once we get in, I'll double check that all of the overlays are working correctly, because after you switch into and out of races, I often have one of them die, one of them breaks. Community driven software, my guys. I'll catch up on a couple of messages real quick. Ooh, exciting, we getting into it. Alright, looks like my overlays are not broken. That is a fortuitous sign. I'm going to take the rare opportunity to use the restroom again. Be back in a second. I'll give you POVs of whatever's happening. Most exciting. Alright, figure out who's gonna be dangerous, which is figure out who's gonna mess up, you know? And I'll be back in 2 minutes. good news, everybody. We back. We in it. I love this song. Come back at just the right time. Alright, let me check and make sure I didn't miss nothing. Before we do a couple laps, make sure we good, ready to go. The official practice starts in about 15 minutes, 12 minutes, thereabouts. So this is just bonus practice, basically.
The fuck are you doing, man?
Ah.
I appreciate it there in the bus stop, Ellen. Next time don't run me the fuck over.
Classic official iRacing series banter has started.
Mate, sorry.
That's a rip. We'll give the voices 15 decibel. Alright, let's see if our pit limiter is working today. Checking to make sure nobody was entering the pit lane for us to kill them. Nice. Yeah, so I guess I just gotta hit the A button whenever I hop into this car. Dude. Oh wait, the limiter stays on if you leave it that way, even if you're outside. Oh, okay, so the pit limiter is not engaging automatically, it's also not disengaging automatically. That's new. This car never used to do that. I've never had that in any other car. I don't know what that's all about. But at least we know what it is and how to fix it. Alright. Our friend up here got a little too excited. He's like, oh my gosh, it's the last session of the day. It's the last session of the year, actually. This is the last session of the Roar before the 24 for 2026. After this one, there are no more to do. You gotta wait until next year. Or better yet, get a team together and run the 24-hour race, which is the same shit as this, but for 24 hours instead of 2.5, happening next Friday. Same track, day and night cycle, full weather. Same car classes, I think. LMP3s, and I think they actually bring in GT3s for it, whereas here we're in the GT4s. Very close cars, but GT3s are a whole lot more popular. No crashes today. Thank you, Chicken. I'm glad that you reminded me. I was kind of toying with the idea of like, oh, maybe I like fake somebody out, try to really try something, you know, but you know, for content. But you brought me back into the realm of sanity, and I appreciate that. Now, what you should do is you should go around to anybody else who's streaming and tell them the same thing. Be like, hey, that Clyde guy, try not to crash him, please and thank you. He really doesn't want that. He needs to be able to drive home. He doesn't have enough money for the bus fare. So if he ruins the car, he ain't gonna get home. His wife and kid are at home. He has a beautiful daughter and a beautiful wife, and he wants to see them again. Yo, Chicken, I'm sorry I didn't get your logo on the car. I kind of wanted to do a thing where like I went and grabbed everybody's rather than waiting for people to send them, but you know, we did what we could with what we had. Although I do have your logo on my Dex case. I got a wonderful chicken cartoon sticker. Might be a chicken, but shit looks like a kiwi. Not sure what you were trying to do with that one. All yours, bro. Alright. We got a sector time improvement through there. That's pretty cool. Very cool, in fact. No way.
Wow, dude. I'm not your brake. You have to alone. I don't feel like you're running.
That's actually insane. Holy shit. I do not know what I just witnessed. But what's scary is those people are gonna be in the race. But hey man, like accidents happen. They hate my art. This guy got the cold tires. If he don't give me the point by, I'm gonna let him work it though. I'm just gonna follow him because in the actual race, I'm not gonna push that because what's gonna happen is this right here is gonna happen, but we're gonna have a full grid of traffic around us. Just gotta play it safe, man. We tried to go aggro yesterday and that didn't work out so great. Three times it didn't work out so great. Alright, he's on cold tires and he braked really late compared to me. So yeah, we're running into his ass. Yup, that was gonna be an accident. Let me see. Looks like the last time we put on the board was 156.6, which is beautiful. That's wonderful. That's what we wanted to do in practice. I'm glad to see that we were able to recreate that here. Let's be smart, shall we? Yeah, yeah. I will say he definitely could have saved that. Honest mistake, but that was very savable. Thanks. Wow. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? What in the hell? iRacing, ladies and gentlemen. iRacing. You ain't never gonna see that in a real race. Say hello to our friend. We'll take the optimal line. Thank you for that. Let's see. We got traffic behind. No. Jesus, mother of God. Why would you do that? And him too. Why would you do that? That's dangerous. Yeah, so all of those guys should have just backed out of that. Because if I didn't, would have been just dead. Alright, I'm in a bit of an L position. Oh, that's... Yeah. Happens to the best of us, though. It's good to say this shit. I'll target you, boy. Man, they're doing just fine without your say-so. They're all targeting Sheepy. It's sheep siege, and they're all hunting sheep. Thank you for backing out of that one, man. Now I'm absolutely hosing his line. But if he wants it, he's got to push. If he wants it, he's got to fight, man. He is not going to take the inside. So we'll all live. Thank you, man. Preach. Oh, he's off anyway. Oh, no. Feeling very Gargoyle about that one. Because that was that same dude who was doing donuts in the field. So I wasn't going to let him ahead of me because I knew he was going to find a way to kill me from up front. Alright. Cleanly negotiated. So far away. Man, I used to hate this corner, but we really locked it in. Yeah, I don't think I'm saving time by getting up on the wall there. Cool idea, but probably not nearly as useful as I thought it would be. Ooh, but we're making great time through there. That's awesome, dude. Saving 2/10. That's awesome. Ooh, quality started! Woo! I'll finish this lap to see what our time was, and then we'll go run over, start the dedicated practice. Good luck. $155.9. Oh boy. That's pretty gnarly. Now I'm kind of curious though, what the hell is that? Oh, is that TCR? Nah, that's a Beamer. That's kind of funny. Oh wow, 2,000 drivers in the session. That's crazy. I'm gonna save that because that was kind of funny. I wonder if he was mad. What are the chances, do you think? What do you think? What do you think the chances? Pray. Roar 2. Oh, I didn't mean to quit. I meant to join the race. That's alright. We'll do it from the UI here. Do 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 do. Boop boop boop. Man. Some of those accidents, man, you kind of look at it and you're like, that wasn't an accident. They got names for those kind of killings, like assassinations. I was getting assassinated. That guy had 3 opportunities to turn away from me. He wanted to hurt me. All right, guys, who's getting excited? This is the warm-up session, the 20-minute warm-up session before qualifying for the last race of the weekend. After this, we're just going to farm clips off of it, and then we're going to get hot on YouTube. Just posting YouTube shorts for months being like, man, remember this epic race? Wow. Going to give my editor a lot to work with. My editor is me, but in the future. Future me is my own editor. Excuse me. Okay.
These cold tires are rough with the low downforce.
Okay. Let these boys get out. Or not.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, he's coming in, is he? Okay. Limiter off. And we got one homie coming up. Sorry, Doug. I'm in your way. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Clear on the right.
Alright, track temp 75 degrees. Sun is out. I love it. I really hate whenever it gets so overcast that you can't hardly see anything, because like the contrast is too low kind of deal. Everything's just a little bit gray, a little dark, nasty. Alright, we're well, hey guys, you didn't see that, right? Nobody saw that. Honest mistake, could happen to any sheep. Alright, one guy coming up on us, but not quick enough. Yeah, you can hear those wheels a little bit. If all I'm doing is braking and turning, and you can hear them tires howling like that, that's how you know it's very much lost traction, or about to lose traction, I should say. Even right there, I was kind of feeling it too. Alright, level through. That looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles livery up ahead. Or Minecraft. Hard to tell. Alright. Long brake, over the curb, nice and slow. Perfect lap. Yeah, Sakuna, good question. Didn't see what. Is the weather randomized or how does it work? Great question. They put in a real-time weather system which maps the weather to what's actually happening at the IRL track. So wherever Daytona is, I would assume it's in Daytona. Bro, no. You can't park there. Oh, sorry, dude. I almost killed you. I'm so sorry. Wait, look, we got double Gatorade cars. Anyway, yeah, the weather tracks the actual track with some modifications. I don't think this is realistic. So I saw that the weather forecast was showing no rain was expected, but I kind of don't believe that. This time of year, I would expect rain out over this track. And what probably happened was they might have turned it down just because it's a very accessible race. Like it is still a Class C, I want to say. So you do have to earn your way in. But basically everybody has a way of getting in without like crazy much effort. So they don't introduce rain into it because that would just be too much chaos. Because race cars are so sensitive to wet conditions. And you have to know how to handle it. You got to know when to choose wet tires, how to change your driving style to match the fact that the track has less traction, but in some spots and not others. You know, there's dry spots and there's wet spots, and the traction is different between both. You got to know how to negotiate that. Very challenging. It is possible that they have this set to the static mode though, because you can do I don't think this is true random. There is a randomized rain maker if you do want wet conditions, but only sometimes. You know, if you want to practice sudden wet conditions during an endurance race, very common issue. I think there is a randomizer for the rain if you want, but for this one, this is official. iRacing is running it themselves, so so I am not totally sure, but I believe it's based on the real-time weather. That guy is Mike Spam DJ. It's just like VRChat.
We're in Vietnam.
Right side.
Hey, that's not great.
Clear.
I see smoke.
In that case,
Dude's literally DJing. I'm glad that we have our own music, which you can just barely hear over the engine. Alright, I don't want to call it too early because we do have a decent amount of traffic. People are still getting in the first couple of laps, but just kind of looking at the times that people are posting, I think we'll be pretty competitive in this grid. Like, we'll be able to take some good fights. Like, once everybody gets dialed in, you know, obviously the bar will be higher, but free bird. Did you hear the free bird in there?
you're supposed to play Freebird at the end. Well, some of us may not make it to the end of the race, so we'll go ahead and get it out of the way.
Hell yeah, Paul. Good see it. Some people may not even see it at the end of the race.
I know I will.
Punch it.
Copy.
Mike's not here, man.
But I'm right here.
But tis. Mic check, but Mike's not here. These guys think they're real funny, huh? Well, they don't know. They got the funniest sheep alive in their lobby. And you know what that means. I gotta come up with some zingers before the end of the race, you feel me? When it's late in the race and everybody's pretty locked in and, you know, just kind of on cruise, they generally know how they're gonna finish. Then we'll goof around. Actually, that might be famous last words. Don't quote me on that. We'll goof around. God, I hope I didn't say that yesterday before any of the incidents that happened. That would have been fucking funny. Alright, what's going on here? What's going on here, man? Let me draft off for you. And down. Oh, I did not mean to touch the wall there. I was just trying to keep out of his way. Oh, he's gone. Okay, cool. I think we just got body damage on that. I'm not feeling any steering damage. Now, those are incidents I don't mind taking. A little bit of scratch on the paint, ain't no problem. But at those speeds, I'm actually impressed. Because that would put me back in the pits. If it went the way I thought it would have. What's up, dog? You got cold tires or what? Why is he, I shouldn't be able to catch him that easy. Well, let's see how he does up here. Oh, he might be new to the track. He braked about 12 years too early. I guess we could try and push him. Alright, during an actual race, I would do this. And this might be dangerous, but let's stay inside but brake early. Push him, push him, push him. Nice. Pretty dirty, but you gotta push sometimes, and that was the safest thing to do. Don't fucking nose in, bro. I'm building speed through that corner there. Normally I lift a lot, and I started doing less there once I know that the tires got their grip. I think that's a check we can cash. Thank you for not killing us both. Come on in, doors open. Alright, I think our homie behind us might have taken a trip to Belize. Alright, fastest lap for the practice so far, 156.2. That's got us 12th position out of our class. I don't know where that puts us in the grid though, because I think our car numbers are based off of our iRating when we logged in.
Unfair, I keep people are taking points. And I don't see them anymore. I'm sorry, PP4.
You know those extras count.
But one thing that we can tell off of the car numbers, we've got a lobby of at least 54 drivers. comfortably mid-pack.
Yeah, that's not it.
Right where we'd like to be.
I didn't even see there. My water won't say anything like that.
What's the penalty
like I did.
before penalty starts being applied?
So during the race, 20 is the drive-thru, and then every 10 after that's drive-thru.
They're talking
No one's gonna crack.
penalties for too many incidents. Okay, bringing in late.
I was under the impression that the session time does count.
They count for your safety rating in like the official session.
Ooh,
They don't
there's
count
excellent.
for the
Didn't see the car, just saw the debris. Curve. In, but yeah, a little bit of brake. Yeah. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. Alright guys, it's kind of setting in. I'm comfortable. I'm excited. I'm excited. We're gonna do this pretty good. Alright, yellow flag means we got danger ahead. Alright, they cleared it. One. I'll let him have it. Oh. Didn't mean to go that deep. 156.6. That last lap. That's a very good base. I think last week of practice I was able to do, I was turning like 157 average. So I think we've definitely made improvements just between yesterday and today. At the very least, we're just getting comfortable. I got a good feeling, guys. I got a good feeling. Let's hope that doesn't lull me into a false sense of security and then I end up killing people that take it up with me. Thank you, Sakura. I'm feeling good, man. Even if we have some stupid accident wreck out, I'll still be happy because we've been driving really good, learning from our mistakes. What more can you ask for? And of course, these are always fun streams to do. Like, no matter what the content is, like they're just fun to do. I like hanging out with you guys and chatting some racing, see what kind of trouble we can get up to. You know, it's been a long time since I did a VR racing stream. I did like one of those when I was working on a time attack that I really wanted to beat. That was real fun. But yeah, it's been a while.
like, oh, Jesus, like,
There's a mess over here.
let's go.
I wonder what happened there. That won't be us, I promise. Promise. Ooh, that guy is picnicking. I wouldn't brake there. Oh, that was him talking. Braked on grass, sorry. Yeah. Ah, how many accidents have we avoided successfully? How safe are we being today? Are we achieving our goal? Okay, something I want to do. I know we're posting a pretty decent lap right now, but I want to pit in and kind of stretch out a little bit. My back's feeling a little pained, kind of how it was feeling at the end of the race yesterday, but I'm feeling that right now, and I'm kind of like, it's a little early for me to be having them kind of pains. Where's my box? Okay, way up here.
5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
Yeah.
All the damage is repairable.
Alright, cool. Whew. We got 6 minutes left of the practice, and then it's into qualifying. That's when it really gets going. Oh, excuse me. Okay, 16th in class, and our times are still pretty competitive. I like it.
All clear. Punch it.
Alright. We readied, everybody? We readied up? Last chance to make goofy jokes and such before we gotta lock in. Should I pull out onto the track and then do donuts right in front of the other drivers? You know, I was kind of thinking, like, I would spend today, like, watching other people do this race just to see, like, what little tidbits I could pick up on, what little things I could steal from their racing line and everything. And I got up just around 10, and I was like, I want to chill. So I took a shower. I went and talked to Machka, my cat, for those who don't know. And then I ended up just like brushing her out for the longest time. Got to chat with Fairy. Typical morning routine. And I just, and then I went and got breakfast. And that was it. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna chill. That was probably a good move because this has been my whole day, and it was all of my night yesterday too. So probably good to have a good balance. I'm gonna take a look at some here. Okay. Just checking if the in-car adjustments had a auto pit limiter setting that I had missed. But it's fine. I mean, we're only gonna have to pit a few times, whether we have problems or not. We're only gonna get a few pit stops throughout the race, so we can remember to turn it on for ourselves. Got a snack. I got a little snack bar I brought over from Britain. from my last trip over there. I do seem to like their like breakfast bars and stuff better than the ones in the States. But like, I'm pretty sure all those are imported. So like, I don't know what difference it should make. There really shouldn't be a difference. It should be the same stuff. But thank you, Shav. Appreciate it. Gonna make you proud out here. Hey, Perry. Good call on the bus stop tip, by the way, Chev. I started working in the brake a little bit more just to try and manage my tires a little bit better. I think that might be the long-term strat. I'm not going for fast, I'm going for what will survive. I'm going for what will be consistent. So we're doing good. Feeling good, feeling strong, feeling confident, feeling sexy, moisturized, in my lane, unbothered. It's a happy Saturday. Oh, and we found our pit limiter button, so now we can stop having penalties over racing in the pit lane. Kind of a shame we didn't get no touring cars in this split either. But I mean, we've got enough competition, so it's not a true complaint. All right, water's done. Breakfast bar consumed. Let's rock. I love German bass. How about you? Come on, qualifying. Let's go, let's go, let's go. LFG, let's fucking go. All right, let's rock. We're gonna have very cold tires, so I'm going to post a time. It will not be my best time. It will be a safe time. I want my name on the board. I want my name on the board. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole comment. Fun fact. If you hit one of them safety cones and you drag it with you, it will actually impair the the aero of your vehicle. Like, it'll behave like you have something dragging under you. Now, the cones themselves won't like destruct or anything though. Eventually they like disappear if you drag it far enough away, if I remember right. Because it's just debris, so... Oh. Having too much fun, sorry. Okay, cold tires will brake earlier than normal. Purposeful steering. Very careful with the throttle. much earlier than normal through here while we're still dialing this in. And that would be why. Car started a little bit of a spin there. That's A-okay for now though. That will clear. That will clear, yep. Early breakthrough here as well. We brake before the cones become visibly lined up, which loses you a ton of speed through here, but man, the safety isn't. It's not worth trading it. Next lap we can do our normal braking zone. I need to know where we go. Okay, late apex. Late. Easy. Late on the curve. Okay. A little skipping out of the car, nothing we can't say though. I don't mind taking a little area on the brake in there. If it keeps us on the track. Alright, so I give up 7/10 off our best. Okay, now for a flying lap. That was a 157.6. For a first attempt, that's okay. Oh, we did pretty clean through there. Impressive, I usually don't. Man, I definitely get that feeling of like fast driving feels slow. People will say that driving fast feels slow, and a lot of it is because like if you do things like you're coming out of a corner, you get onto the throttle too soon. What you end up doing is you compromise your line, but it feels like you're going fast because the car is revving, it's doing something. But the optimal laps, a lot of times you're gonna have like just very surgical switches between your braking and the throttle. Your inputs are gonna be very gradual, linear. It's like they are boring laps in a way if you just look at the brake trace. But you can see at this point I am a 10th off of my best time through that sector. And that was a 156 flat, so it was a 2nd and 7 faster than the previous one that I did. It makes a difference, Not boring driving, just the inputs are boring. All right, we qualified. We got a decent position because we are just trailing the top 10 in our class. Considering we started from fucking 37th or something yesterday because we couldn't get a time qualifying, so they stick you right in the back of the grid, all the way behind everybody. We had to fight ahead, fight for our position. I'll take it. Now, I will say, whenever I finish a qualifying session, I always want to do something very, like, realistic, where I bring the car back into the pit lane after cooling it down, because that's what you do IRL. But if you do that in iRacing, for some reason, as soon as you bring it into the pits, the spotter says, like, they're showing us the black flag, they don't like how you're driving. And it's not very specific as to what the problem is, but I take it as, well, they just want you to, like, reset the car, you know? So just do that, I guess. Alright. Bad time to have to pee. But I gotta pee. I'm gonna run so fast. I got 2 minutes left to grid. I can do it. I can do it. It's a short parade lap. But they're still gonna wait for me to grid.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Full lap. Will this be full lap formation?
No, we start right at the bus stop, I think.
Going in. We're going in. We're going in.
These guys are supposed to be chill in the beginning.
We got too many cables to trip over.
Remember, guys, you run on the first lap.
Getting into the bridge.
Turn 1.
Ladies and gents, it's finally time. The Roar Before the 24, last session for 2026.
2 hours, all we can do is
The
lose.
estimated strength of field is 1,208.
Exactly.
So he's close right now. Points racing.
Alright, no pit limiter needed here. Let's see, we gridded 14th. That's genuinely good. Big field.
Left to grid.
I'm excited, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Thank you, Sakura. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we off.
Catch up 8 car. Catch up 4 car. Catch up 20 car.
You don't need to block up the whole track, man. Retired men don't hit you.
Look, guys.
Say 13, I like that car, man.
Thank you, Fairy. That's Faye. That's my wife. I know you guys are
Oh
gonna
my
need it.
god, why are two forces taking out speed force right now?
Here we go, here we go, here we go. We're gonna play it real smart. Gonna stay inside. Oh no. There's already accidents ahead. That's a rip. Yep. Damn.
Bro, that yellow car's an idiot, bro.
He's coming in? He collected?
Bro.
Collected? Christ, bro.
Bro, that yellow car's an idiot.
Alright.
He
So
did that same
now
shit
that-
in practice. Now got destroyed people on the first lap. Man, what an idiot.
Well, now that that's done, we can get on with the racing. Tires Colts, we're going to spend a little bit to get them worked on, and we're going to play everything super safe. I see one car to the right.
Yeah, I like protest. That is ridiculous. You are an idiot, my man. Idiot. It's way all easy for you to do stupid shit like this. Unreal.
On rear.
Yeah, basically.
Sorry, I don't mean to make fun of people how they talk, but
What number was that?
Like 53 or something. You didn't need to be up to that.
yeah, there you are. All right, guys, we in it. We in it. About to finish the out lap. Now I'm gaining on him, but I do not want to take this on the inside just yet. My tires are not ready for me to do my usual driving. So we're gonna, yeah, do it like that. Ah, they surrounded me, bro. No, don't fucking. Oh my god. I thought he was gonna come in and like try and T-bone us into the wall, like just sandwiches. He ain't taking it. Thank you. Thank you. Very smart driving. Gentleman and a scholar. Yeah, Faye, you're really seeing some shit here, huh? Nice and safe. Bring her in. Don't get excited. Everybody gets excited. Oh no. Fast boy lost his family. Oh. More dead people. More dead people. I did something smart, guys. I went and turned down the furnace for the duration of this race, so I should not have any hot air blowing on me from the vent, which means I should not have any environmental distractions. Only that which I see on the screen should be a problem. The guy ranting, yeah, dude, like, that's the thing is, like, you'll get some banter, yes, but in these races, people don't usually do many sessions of it because it physically hurts too much to do them. So like how I did 2 races this weekend, that's all you're gonna get to do of this style of race. So they get super pissed and then they start, hot micing, and it just, there's no calming them down. Eventually they just rage quit. And it's like kind of funny, but it's also like, I totally understand the frustration, like we do so much prep for these and then one kid comes in just saying like, I'm gonna try this, and then just doesn't know the basics, right? What to do when you have an accident and all that. Maybe doesn't even know the track and then just ruins it for everyone. So like, I get it, I get it. I'm just too copacetic to join in. And obviously I avoided all the accidents, so I can't be arsed. Oh, slow boy. He tried to kill me. Kind of. So I've got to run on him, but I don't want to try and... I don't want to take a fight like anywhere near here. So what do we do? Because I'm not close enough to fight him here, but... I mean, fuck it, I might, I don't know. Okay. Let's take our claim. I'm gonna try and keep him from getting inside me. Because the way he's driving, he's gonna kill us. Yeah, thank you. Smart driving. Howling tires, but they're warm, so we didn't spin. That's wonderful. Alright, what do we got? What do you think, guys? Are we finally doing this hairpin without a yellow flag? Yellow flag means caution, means there's a accident of some kind. Under real racing regulations, yellow flag means slow down to a safe speed and do not pass. You are not allowed to take free positions under a yellow flag. In sim racing, it basically is the free positions here flag. Somebody gone off, go ahead, take it. Rush up. And that's why there's so many accidents. Missed the curb. We're gonna go slow. We're gonna... we're gonna have to give that up. Well, our friend is back. I should be able to give that up in the first corner. Okay, we're just gonna have to hold everybody up. Yep. No. Sorry, guys. Damn. Alright, well, I guess we got positions to go get back. That's what happens, man. What's up, Cap? You like what you see? We're racing well. We're racing good. Nope. Oh no, man. That's probably engine damage. Yeah.
I think you lost a lot of power. Required repairs are
7-minute repairs. Let's go.
6 minutes. 15
Optional
seconds.
repairs. Let's take a look and see. Whoopsie. Let's go take a look and see what we had going on there. Because that I wasn't expecting. The tires were fine. I don't think I changed my line at all. Let's see. The far chase camera. Let's see. Is it here? Oh, interesting. Hold on. Okay, so I was 80% braking per usual. Did I start that too late or what? No, we started at the same place. Ooh, we gave up the brake too quick, so it was putting power back on the rears while the car was still pointed a little bit to the left there. You see that? So the car started pitching itself. There wasn't a good way to save that. Ah, that's a rip, man. Ouch, man. That's pretty rough. Just a momentary deviation in our strategy through there. The exact one that we've been practicing too, and that bit us. Ouch. Well,
Car 57 is now leading.
Sorry, Joe.
So let me think. So if we're down, all right. Well, 7 minutes of repairs. They already give us new tires. I guess that wouldn't have made a difference considering how long we have to sit here. Okay, so 7 minutes. That's down 4 laps. That's down 4 laps if we don't take optional repairs. 7 if we do the full set of repairs. That's a shame. We only got 5 laps in before we have a major incident. No. Did it to ourselves though. Accidents happen. Man. But I will say that for the early laps that we were doing really good for avoiding accidents, sticking to our script, and maintaining our position, gaining some positions, maintaining it for the most part, and then we just kind of bungled it through that one, through the exit of bus stop. Couldn't keep it inside enough, had to go outside, got the penalty, had to give it up. And they were going to have the advantage on me there, so there wasn't a way to keep those 3 from passing there. So, well, aside from a problem with our braking inputs, everything prior to that, we did it right. We played it smart. We played it smart.
You fucking, oh my god, man. Reset, back up.
That's a rip. Man. Ugh. Big stretch time. Stretch and yerba time. And then we're gonna go back in. And by the time we turn the wheel back in, we'll be 2 hours left in the race. That'll give us time to get some more I was gonna say incidents. We don't want more incidents, but more battles to take, more fighting to do, more racing fun. Man.
Hey, thank you, Jay. I don't know what you're going to think. You're going to have to do that. I'm just passing.
Damn it. Rip. Fender looking a little pained. How about that car though? Well, I hope this wasn't distracting for you folks for any of the productive activities y'all got going on.
Are people double stinting tires?
No, I'm not.
I hadn't planned on it.
Alright, here's the plan. At the 2-minute, once we get the required repairs done, we're going to take it back out and see if there's any issues with the steering, because we found yesterday that the steering was somehow considered an optional repair, and I tried to take it back out when it wasn't ready to go. So my hope is that doesn't happen again, but I think what would do better this time is last time when that happened, I went to reset the car, but I had already exited the pit lane, and I think it gave me the towing penalty of making me wait a full 3 minutes before it did it again, even though I wasn't very far from the tow lane, from the pit lane. I'm going to try and reset it while still in the pit lane and hope that it doesn't punish me for having tried to take it out to get those extra repairs done. So to answer your question, required repairs are anything that's obviously critical, but optional repairs are going to be more or less cosmetic things, or they're going to be things that do affect your driving, like your aero. I'm pretty sure if you have damage to the front splitter, to the rear wing, those are considered optional repairs because you can technically race it at that point. But obviously, if you have a wheel missing, you can't race. So that would be the difference there. The only trick is, based on that, then what I said about the steering wouldn't have applied yesterday, and that actually was a problem, that my steering was so cockeyed I could not effectively drive it. But it didn't consider that a required repair. So my hope is that it doesn't mess me up today. Let's see what we got.
Okay, punch it.
Steering seems straight. We spent a whole last 8 minutes there. Okay, steering's got a bit of a list to it. We're gonna try and take it out anyway, because it's only a bit. Yesterday's was much worse. We're gonna try and take it out. We should be able to turn laps with this. It'll just be feeling it out. And we'll let them get by. We got lots of traffic on the right. Oh, wait a minute.
Traffic approaching.
More focused on leaving your room, Jacob, but I'd rather break.
There's something still wrong. There's something still wrong. Do you see that? You see how it's kind of like
No, I did the same thing earlier.
it's trying to build revs and it's not doing that at all. I'm gonna try and get it back to the pits. I should be able to drive this back to the pits. I'm just not gonna be able to rush it there.
Some of these LMPs are making some pretty sketchy passes.
This is so fucked, man. Like, I literally can't build speed effectively. I'm just gonna have to stay out. I'll be able to get it back home, but
As an LMP, I resist that, but yeah, no, people will use that way. I'm sorry.
Christ, look at that. I'm holding the throttle steady, and it's going crazy. There's no way that that should be considered just optional repairs.
I'm sorry, Tom, that was my bad. Not intentional.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it through here. Take the penalty, get out of the way. God, dude. You know what's worse too is I'm pretty sure this is still faster than... I'm pretty sure that this is still faster than getting it towed. Now if I can get down here, wonderful, before anybody come up on me. That way I don't cause no accidents. It's the only thing that can make this worse. Oh man, that's something. 2. Okay, they moved my pit box back here. Okay. Alright, full 6 minutes, but hey, we didn't have the problem that we had yesterday at least. Didn't have the problem yesterday at least where we like sort of tried to take it out. Turned out to be a bad call. Man, oh man. Yeah, we still in it. I was thinking like, oh, should we just forfeit it here and then go do a different race series just to try for something that might be a little more promising, you know, but we'll keep it here. It wasn't like we were creating accidents or getting collected in other people's wrecks. So I do want to cross the finish line on this one, no matter what our position is. Just a shame being this far down, you can't take no fights anymore.
Okay, then I'm staying up here, Paz. Oh, good, brother. Thank you.
You know, I'm really curious what it was that was causing the engine to like jump around in revs like that. Like what even damage would cause that behavior? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Okay. Let's get back in
Are
it.
you okay, number one?
Yeah, I'm just not real confident into the bus stop. Feel free to come around me. I will make room for you.
You had the whole right side of the track.
That's it, go.
Thank you, man.
Okay, nobody coming in the pits. Okay, reattempt.
Am I okay?
I don't know, only you can answer that question.
Okay, we're gonna fuck his line. Sorry, dog. Sorry, dog.
Car on.
Clearly not.
Clear.
Alright, well, we're back in it. Let's see what we can do.
I've been watching you come up through the relative, so I know you're faster than me overall.
Ooh. That was a dodgy pass. Oh boy. Oh dear, what happened there?
You've got wheel damage.
Ooh, boy.
We got damage on the front end. You've got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
My guess, repairs are gonna take too long to be worth it. We're down too far, that's just too many. Well, let's go in and see. We got time. Alright. What do we got, man?
2, 1. Right here. All the damage is repairable.
Victor, I'm just cruising, buddy.
I think what we'll do is we'll take it back out one more time. I'm gonna do the weight here. And actually, what time is it? 5:15. We could jump in for a Miata's race. Let me see. Because that would be a hell of a lot more interesting than because if we go to do this again, yeah, let's just call it here. Sorry guys. Accidents killing us bad. Accidents killing us bad. DT4 ROAR 2. Damn, that's very lagged out for some reason. Wait, no, I wanted to say ROAR 2 and then RIP. That's the replay I don't want to go back and look at, but learning requires accountability, so. We're gonna give that up with the incident points that we took. I'm not too worried about iRating loss. It's the safety rating that I don't like losing, so. Alright. Back in with a different kind of race. We don't stop, we keep going. Thank you, Sakuna, I appreciate it. That's part of the process, right? We do what we can with the strategy that we bring to the table, and we let things in the environment challenge us, kind of thing. So in that case, I think it was just too easy for me to get distracted, not pay attention to my inputs, not being careful enough. That last one, I was definitely scared off by the prototype that come in there. So I was trying to give him space, and I guess really what we just kind of saw there was the effect I was kind of telling you about maybe a couple hours ago about those turtle curbs, that they destabilize your car really, really roughly, and I had not even completed a full lap on cold tires, so the car was not ready to go jumping around. So that's something that hard to plan for, hard to avoid it when they're coming in, and I already got out of their way to let them through, but they still kept it too close. But we did what we could. We're gonna keep practicing. We're gonna keep learning. We're gonna go see what we can do here. Part of the reason I'm back here is the race that we did earlier. I was really happy with how we did it, generally speaking, except for the little mess ups that we had, like right towards the end. Like we were defending that pretty good, and I want to see if we can work that racecraft still, because that's what I really wanted to work on in the ROAR anyway. So we can do that here. Different type of drivers, but still same principles. Looking for accidents, try to avoid them, anticipate where the drivers are going to be. We'll see what we can do. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Racing is definitely more fun with with people to give input, ask the questions, and chilling, just hanging out. Yeah, that's the line that we wanted to do earlier, so I'm gonna try and recreate that, kind of sculpt that a little bit. Ooh, we're taking that in second gear. That's actually probably a faster strategy than doing that in third. Ooh. Yeah, bouncy. When you say you have a rig, what does it consist of? That includes a, no sponsors here, but a full Fanatec setup for steering wheel. That's a Club Sport steering wheel. The CSL DD 2.0. That's the direct drive. That's basically the thing that behaves like your steering column, connected to your engine. Pedal set, also the Club Sport V3 pedals. So this is like the first brand that I put into the racing rig. And then I also have a cockpit, which is from Next Level Racing. I got that in a separate monitor stand, and then a dedicated, I think this is a 27-inch monitor. I think that was another like $1,200 for that full setup. And it took a bit to put together. I started with the pedal steering wheel and the direct drive, and I used to just connect that to my desk because my desk is super sturdy. And you can just clamp those to a desk. You don't have to have a cockpit because the cockpit it takes up a lot of room. It's very difficult to put that in like a family space or anything. So it's only possible because I've got ample space to work with. You definitely don't need it though. I spent a full year before getting the cockpit. It's just nice to have something other than your office chair to race in, because you need it to be really sturdy, and office chairs, well, they always have casters. A kitchen chair, not really meant for keeping you in the chair. You know, it's just, you just kind of sit on it. You need something that you sit in. That's why it's a cockpit, not just a seat. But that's the full thing. Now that's for sim racing, not for VRC racing. VRC racing is even better. It's just the headset. Now you could use a headset with sim racing too, but going the other way, just being in VRChat for racing, you literally just get in the headset and then it's all done with the same controls that you use to do anything VR related. So yeah, there's not really a setup for VRC racing. You just kind of put the headset on, take a seat, and you know, actually, it's good that you're talking about the HOTAS or the flight sticks, because VRC racing is actually very similar, I imagine, to using flight sticks for racing, because you just hold the two controllers up, you tilt the left one for your steering input, so that'd be like a joystick, just happens to be an unattached joystick, and then your trigger and your analog stick on the right side handle your gears, and he had an accident. Yeah, but then you use the trigger and the analog stick on the right controller for your throttle input and your gear shifts. Yeah, so actually, yeah, VR racing is very similar to using flight controls for road racing. Ooh, I almost flew off the track there. Ooh, saved it. Yeah, I think we can save time by using second gear through there. Problem is I still don't have a strategy that lets me go full flat through there. I'm pretty sure that's possible. Off topic, but I recently found my old guitar picks from 6th, 7th grade last week, and now I have the first picks I really ever used for guitar. Really? So here's a real question. I know that you've been working on your stage performance. Are you planning to use those same picks, or are you going to save those as memorabilia for yourself? Because I have an opinion about what you might want to do there. But I want to hear what your thoughts are first. Alright, we found some speed through there. Poggies. Call that poggerific. Is that guy off the track? Oh yeah, he's trying to come back in. Except he's pointed the wrong way. He's pointed towards the forest. Which means I'm going to see him again. Yeah, there he is. Alright, let's see what he does. I wonder how late I can break into there. Alright, let's see if he plays it smart. Is he gonna let me through? Considering I'm bearing down on him a little bit. He's trying, he's keeping it together. My guy, you're hosing yourself pretty good. And we got mistakes ahead. Oh, thanks, buddy. Preach. Really? Oh. Definitely a slow car. Epiphany with the crack on the body. I do remember that guitar quite well. It's a shame that the lacquer did that. I don't remember too much else about that guitar, like what the hardware was on it or anything, but it served you well. Alright, let me try braking really late on this. I want to see... Oh yeah. Yeah, we can brake a hair or two later than we already are. That'll let us That'll let us get a little bit of speed there, but we'll have to practice it during the race. Poggerific indeed, chicken. Memorabilia because if I am performing at a con miles away, I don't want to lose them. I also have a separate guitar since I don't want my original one risking loss. Yeah. Somebody would steal that and try and pawn it and then not even be able to get money for it, and then it would just end up in the trash. Which would be a real shame. For practice, right now I use a pack of Hatfield picks that I have a whole bag of. Nice. Alright, race time. I'll take a second or two out of the qualifying session. I'm going to put text on the stream in case anybody joined up late being like, hey, how'd the race go? It's, where's the text? There it is. ROAR, ROAR result. DNF after lap 5. After, no, we'll say after, I didn't make it to an hour. DNF in the first hour. Rip. And then use the canonical Clyde font, which is next start. In case you didn't know that. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, sorry about the mess ups, guys. Sorry about the accidents. Don't worry, I'll earn some money in this race here to get the bus fare home. Alright. Meh. Wait, you changed the strings last year on the Epiphany, and oddly enough, they fall out of tune worse than the strings it had since I got it as a kid. Yeah, thing about guitar strings, you gotta work them in. Like, you gotta kind of like break them in. You remember, I don't know if you ever saw whenever I was restringing guitars, when you put on all the strings, you gotta work real hard. You gotta give them like a lot of bends. You gotta kind of like, not yank on them exactly, because you know it is just steel string. It'll break. But you do gotta work them some. If you just restring it, put it in tune, leave it sit for a day, and then you come back to it, even if you're playing it, it's going to be very much out of tune. And if you don't do that like breaking in process where you just start like working the strings real hard, which basically you just start doing a lot of bends on them. If you don't do that, it'll continue to go out of tune until they do get broken in just naturally from the tension on the strings. But that could take, I don't know, maybe weeks before it's fully resolved. So you may as well just take the hour or two to break it in. And it should be fine after that. Should be fine. Assuming that you tied them tight and everything, like there's no, long as the knots aren't coming loose, because if you'll find out real quick, preferably sooner than later, of course, but you'll find out real quick if the guitar strings aren't tied correctly, because when you start working those strings, you'll literally just pull them out of the pegs. Ask me how I know about that one. I developed a fear, like a gun-shy fear of my strings flying out and hitting me in the face every time I would restring them. So I hated restringing guitars. I got used to it, but like I never liked it. Because I had a few break early on, and then I was like, oh no, like what if this keeps happening? Yeah, see if there's like videos online about how people do it, because it'll kind of make sense when you see like, oh yeah, they're just like, they're not yanking on it, but they are taking those strings and literally pulling them out of the body of the guitar as best they can. You know, just grab it and just be kind of wrenching on it. A stringing tutorial and a crank. Well, they should have told you about that, unless it was like maybe an acoustic restringing tutorial for some reason. I don't know if nylon strings need that sort of working, but no, they should have said something about that, because once you've got it restrung, like You'd be like, I'm ready to go perform, and then you notice like the moment that you start playing anything, it's just getting worse and worse. You're like, what in the world? Start wondering if you bought garbage strings or something. But no, it isn't you. It's not you. Just an extra step in the process. I like this tune. Oh, you know what? On the topic of racing, because I didn't really talk about what I was going to do after this race weekend was done. I want to continue to do like different race things to practice over the course of the year, just improve as a driver. Because I do enjoy this stuff, frustrating as it can be. When it goes well, it's so gratifying. I absolutely love it. So I don't lose that. Wow, I'm the first on the board for qualifying. That tells you something. But I haven't actually picked what I want my like next series to be, because it's not going to be like, it's still going to be an official series, but it's not going to be, you know, like a long endurance race. It's not going to be one of the once a year events. It's going to be one of these regular like weekly ones, so that I can do a lot of them. You know, get a lot of strategies tried. And I haven't picked anything. I just don't know. Because like I was saying yesterday, the problem with iRacing is it's all iRenting. You have to buy every individual track you use, and most of the cars that you use, i.e. all the cars you would want to use, you got to pay for. I had to buy the GT4. I had to buy the GT3. I had to buy the Cadillac. Alright, what was our time? 103? Really? Our last one was a 103.1, wasn't it? Ow, that ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. That had to hit me in the face. Oh, I'm sorry. Goodness. But don't let that stop you. Yeah, be working them strings and see, especially with the fixed bridge on that guitar, that should be, each string should not affect the other ones, if that makes sense. If you get, I think your other guitar is also a fixed bridge, but you don't have like a floating bridge or anything like that, like those locking ones, which just adds to the complexity of like, oh, if you do have those strings that aren't broken in yet, as you fix the tension on one, it'll make the other ones worse, and then when you go to fix those, it makes the original one worse. Which is just a, it's just a whole back and forth, and thankfully you shouldn't have to deal with that. It should be every string, just get it set and just be rocking out on it. It'll take care of itself. Looking at this grid, looking at the times they're posting, like my qualifying was a little slow, but I should be able to fight them pretty good. But yeah, later this year, or rather all throughout this year, I want to do more racing. I'm probably not going to do like a bunch of streams. I do want to do some, just more than once a year, because my last YouTube stream was literally January of last year. And it was for the ROAR that year as well. I would like to do this more often, but it kind of does take a decent bit of setup to like set up the extra laptop for like watching the chat and everything. I have to have the time budgeted for it. There is of course the opportunity cost. There's a lot of stuff that I can't do on weekends that you know, if I'm streaming, and it's really hard for me to end a workday and then be like, I'm gonna go and stream racing, potentially frustrating racing, especially if it goes really poorly. So I might be selective. We'll see. We'll see where I get times to do interesting streams for you guys. We'll definitely be doing VR stuff. Those are largely not streamed. But we'll see if I get any of those VR race events going. We'll see. Okay, 5 seconds till race time.
estimated SOF is 1,288. Let's go points racing.
All right. We gonna send it. And by we gonna send it, I mean we're gonna look for accidents and avoid them.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid.
I'm gonna need to sneak to the inside there if number 5 doesn't do anything stupid. I might be able to slot it behind him. If he has a terrible start, I'll just jump in front of him. It does happen sometimes.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Let's go. Or not. Okay, just kidding. A lot of times when they call out one more car to grid, they're already connecting. So you start revving, and by the time the message clears from the screen, then the lights are already up. But this guy seems to be taking his time. Is it really Epiphone? Epiphone? EpiPen? Epiphone? Alright, we racing. Keeping it safe.
Green flag.
Keeping it safe on the inside. Alright, safe line where you're, yeah. Excuse me. Alright. Alright, we're back in it. Ooh, we got a hell of a mess. Wow. All right. Must have had a bad accident. Besides the ones behind us, that is. I was doing some gnarly stuff while my tires are cold. I don't like doing that. It makes me real nervous. Alright, let's heat them up. Keep it in. Line's a little hosed here, but... Well, thankfully, I was taking that series of corners in second gear. Lower gear is easier to turn the car. Caution? We're at left? I think through there I better just use the brake to position the car better rather than try to ease it in. Oh man, that guy might be damaged. He's oh, gnarly defense there, bro. Gnarly defense. Okay, position the car. Get a run. Yeah. Running up on the student driver now, man. Yeah. He's got a penalty. He's got a penalty to serve. Tried to goad me into skipping out and flying off the track, but little does he know, I practiced that line. You gotta work a lot harder than that to kill me. No. That is not how you fight. He's gonna try and touch me, watch. Thank you for not. Thank you for not, bro. Appreciate it. Yep, he killed the other guy. Yep. Alright, we got a bit of a buffer. Next challenger gonna take a second to catch up to us. Let's stake our claim real well here. I like this position, I want to keep it. Yeah, breaking through there is a lot more predictable, I think. And then we don't have to break through here, we'll just skate it out, like so. Oof! Might be a fast lap here. We did a 102.3 earlier, apparently. 102.6, that last one. We can do even better because that was with traffic. Ah man, I'm feeling like a Speedy Sheepy right now. Just like that. Bitter. I gotta say, I'm keeping with tradition. The music we've been listening to yesterday and today are all past sets that I did over the course of the year last year. I'm very proud of each and every one of them. Mostly liquid. And all gorgeous music. Hey, a 101.7, that's a pretty fast lap. Come on, keep it in, keep it in. There we are. I think I can improve my line there. Still. That's how it goes, man. That's why I say sculpting the line is kind of like you'd make one little change here, try it out for a few laps. You're like, good, that's a good change. Then you try something else, and then you're like, okay, that didn't work out so well. Go back. You just keep doing that back and forth. All right, this guy is going to cause us problems. He is where I need to be. Thank you for not killing us. God, he's making me nervous doing that shit though. Cause like if he ain't gonna take the fight, he needs to get out of the way. Poor dude's probably got a broken car going that slow. Alright. We gotta lift a little bit more on that one. Ooh, and I think in the last race that we did here, I had a theory that I was shredding my tires by putting so much work on them through that corner. And now we're posting faster times, so you know we're doing some damage somewhere. And I would wager we're probably getting our front tires heated. Back tires are probably fine. I really couldn't tell you. I mean, it's a short race, but if you if you push it hard, you know, you're gonna pay a cost somewhere. We're definitely pushing it harder than we were. And I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't had a single incident this race. No accidents, no bumping nobody on nothing. Alright, bringing it in, bringing it in. When we're in here, I'd love to stay on the inside here, see if I can get a better line through here. Yeah, like that. If this guy's smart, I'll let him through. He's a lap down. So, like, he's got to earn it, you know, but... yeah, he's being an asshole. I was gonna let him through here anyway. Straights are way easier to do overtakes like that. They're way less dangerous, but sim racers don't get told that, or they don't grok it very well. They just kind of go for opportunities wherever they see a slow car, and when you're in a corner, you're going to be a slow car. So they're like, "Oh, that's my chance." And he's got to figure, I know that he's a lap down from me. I'm going to let him through at some point. You know, it doesn't cost me nothing. We don't have enough time left in the race for him to catch up to me, so it doesn't hurt me at all to let him through. Yellow flag, but I don't see no car nowhere. Alright, we should be on our last lap coming up soon. We'll just keep it textbook. That's so cool that we found speed through there just by dropping a gear. That's so nice. It's so easy clap, you know. There you go, white flag. Alright. Up through here, we'll go inside here if we can. Yes, we can. Positions the car well, touch that curb, touch the one on the right, and alright, a little deep there, but race is done. Ladies and gents, that's a P4. And we had one incident. Yeah, when that kid was being too aggressive, I got over to give him the room to not kill us. So we got an incident point to work off, but pretty clean race. Pretty clean race. P4 out of a 10-car grid is a good finish. It is in the points, so we will have a rating improvement after that. And look at that, the sun come out right at the end of the race. Alright, let's get off the track so that nobody hits us for those that are still finishing their race, being a lap down.
Okay, the race is over. Bring it on in.
Alright. Alright, well, not the way I was planning on the weekend going, but we got to do racing, so I can't complain too much. Let's put a little vibey POV up here. Ooh, TV mixed, yeah. We'll put a vibey POV here, and I'm gonna call it here since we've been streaming for a little while. I am going to, a little while being 5.5 hours. What we're going to do is I'm gonna go chill, I guess. My sister got me into going back to playing Pokemon Red on some nostalgia tip, because apparently Pokemon is 30 years old this year. I think 30 years old? In February. I didn't catch the specific date, but when she told me about that, I was like, you know what? I haven't played Pokemon Red in so long. I wanna remember. I wanna go back. So I've been playing that a little bit. I might do a little bit of that. Check in on my wife, make sure she all good. And I guess that's it. Thank you for joining me for the both stints of the Roar Before the 24. Both had so many problems. But that's why we practice, that's why we race, is because sometimes we're the ones who have those mistakes, and sometimes others make those mistakes and you cash in on those. This weekend it was our turn to be the ones messing up, but hey, more races in the future. I do gotta say, some of you was around for yesterday, but for those of you that weren't, I have a little surprise for you. A little surprise at the end of this month. This part's not the surprise, but at the end of this month, Rob Roman's voice of VR DJing fame is interviewing me for VRC DJ Live, which is his interview series, his radio show. That'll be happening on the 29th. That's the last Thursday of the month. I'm looking forward to it very much because I get to spotlight the community from my perspective. Get to shout out all the folks that help make it as special and brilliant as it is. During and or around that interview, I'm going to be announcing. Hold on, I gotta make sure the put the race back on the. In fact, I'll even do we'll do slow mo there. There, vibey. Okay. Focused in. Around that interview, I have a new song coming out, which is getting released on a label that I will not share here, but is a no bullshit label, which is kind of like a mean way to say it, but we all know that there's some bullshit record labels. I got it on a real one, a real good one, for liquid drum and bass. It's a bit of a new sound as far as what people have always or used to know me for in terms of being a producer, but I've been DJing liquid drum and bass, the stuff you've been listening to for the last few hours. I've been spinning this almost exclusively all of last year, and I just really love it. I enjoy it more than anything. When it comes to DJing, I enjoy doing liquid sets so much because there's so much expression there. There's so much passion that you can put into the music. You can't do that with all genres. You could definitely do that with liquid though. And it's kind of a new thing that I've taken a stab at producing liquid drum and bass. I've made two original songs. I made a few remixes here and there, but I've made 2 original songs, and at this point, both of them have been signed. The first one was with Baptism Resonances last year, and this one, I would love to tell you more about it, but you're just gonna have to tune in for the interview. My hope is that I get to announce it during the interview, but likely what's probably gonna happen is the song is gonna come out February 2nd. So what's probably going to happen is the announcement's going to go out prior to that from the label. So I'll just be resharing it kind of thing. But I'm going to be calling a lot of attention to it because I'm really excited about that. This, I think... I don't want to do like the producer grind and all that, be like, you know, big things on the way and all that. I did that life. I don't want to go back to it. It didn't bring me happiness. I really enjoy doing music and performances without the kind of like expectation that you get on the treadmill of like, I've got a song coming out, but I got another one following that. And it's just so tiresome. It's so tiresome to be on that treadmill. I did it for years. I don't care to go back to it. I'm glad to have left it. So I only produce when I want to, and I get these signed when I'm really proud of a track. And it makes me really happy that both of these have been signed, and that this most recent one, I think I worked out a sound for that one that I kind of want to continue. And all of this is to say, I'm tentatively planning on producing a full EP of liquid drum and bass to release later this year. I haven't started into it, but I got some ideas cooking, and if you don't see anything of it, then so be it. But if I get into it, you're gonna hear about it first. So that is all I have to announce for now. Really appreciate you guys hanging out for the races. I'm gonna close the stream here. Thank you, Nya, for dropping the letters A-Y-O in the chat. How you doing, buddy? You jumped in at just the right time, unless you were lurking, to hear the announcement. You just can't tell nobody. That's exclusive for the flock. That's the sheepy flock. That's you guys. You're the flock now. That's exclusive for you guys. I mentioned it yesterday. I mentioned it today. I have not said it to anybody else except for my wife. I'll tell you more about the song when we get closer to the announcement, but I don't want to water down the announcement. It's going to be big. Maybe I should make a music video too. That would be something. I haven't chatted with the label about any of that stuff, but like that would be kind of cool to do like a songs out video coming soon, you know. But hey, I'm glad that you guys were hanging out. Glad you felt that this was chill. I was quite happy to stream it, even with the embarrassing stuff, you know. But that's part of the accountability. That's part of the learning experience. So we're gonna do it again another time. Now let's drink. I am very much not in the mood for drinking, but definitely in the mood to hang out. So I'll chat you guys later. Fairy, I will be linking you up in a minute. That's it for this year. Thanks for hanging out. That's it for this year's ROAR Daytona 24. Expect more racing, expect music. Catch you at the next show that I got. I don't even know when the next one's gonna be, but see ya. Bye-bye. Have fun. Bye-bye. VR shows probably just opened up at 6 p.m. Pacific time, so go hang with friends. Go enjoy music. Go have fun. Bye. 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 Man, who's ever heard of a sheep that could drive?